And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the finale here. Welcome back to something special, to the end of the EPT for this year. The ESL Pro Tour has been running the entire year, and now here comes the end of the season. Here comes the Esports World Cup, the South Korean qualifiers here, and we have our first series. We have our first match, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons, his new team. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. Here we go. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Of course, have a look at the back of yourselves. It is quite stacked indeed. There are some people asking about certain players, where's Rainer, where is Maru? Well, for some of these top players, as you can imagine, they have already been invited. They've already been seeded into the main event. This is for the players that unfortunately didn't quite make the cut. They didn't make it through some of the big major events or through the overall EPT rankings. Instead, we have these open qualifiers. Gonna have one for each region. Gonna have one for Korea, one for Europe, Americas, and Asia as well. And yeah, these are qualifiers for qualifiers essentially. The way this works here, as we're entering the open qualifier portion, is a qualifier into the closed qualifier, and 2 players will make it into the main event. I believe the main event is going to be happening next month, so we still have plenty of time until the Esports World Cup is upon us. And who is going to be a part of that? Who will be a part of the World Finals? We're here to find out. We are here to find out here. Initially, we have our ZVT. Again, plenty of other matches going on, plenty of coverage as well. We have ourselves, we have Rotterdam, we have Wardy, we have Pig, we have Behemoth, we have Steadfast, we have plenty of English casters all spread out throughout the bracket, and I imagine all the matches are being covered as we speak. For now, we have our own match. I believe the winner of this series goes up against Shin in the next round, as a heads up, as Rogue did go for a pull first. Was a pull first opener here out of Rogue. It was pull first into the natural base. It's a gasless opener, actually. Okay, interesting choice here from Rogue. Opening up a little bit greedy in a sense, basically without any gas, no link speed, no banelings, no roaches, no early game tech aggression by any means. We're just going to be droning as hard as possible. We did go pull first, so our initial links were spotted by the SCV. That means Ryung is going to be a little bit more tentative to move out across the map. I say that the Reaper, is looking for the links, is going to be sticking to Ryung's half, and that is going to give Rogue the breathing room he needs to make queens and to drone up. So Rogue, he's going to be left alone back at home. He's going to get away with cutting those corners and cutting those gases, droning up as hard as possible. Meanwhile, Ryung is stuck at home, trying to piece together what's going on. You can see here he's still looking for those links, still being as active as possible. No link kills yet, and will stay at home. The reason why is because we saw the links earlier with the SCV scout, so Ryung is a little bit concerned and paranoid that if he moves out, links will move in and the CC would be delayed. So he's stuck at home here till he can expand, till he can take his base, and once that gets up and running, well, now we can move out a little bit more freely. Behind this is going to be a 1-1-1 variation, as there we go. Third CC has been thrown down on the high ground, so it's going to be a 3CC 1-1-1 out of Ryung, very economic. And likewise, Rogue gets away with his greed, gets away with cutting corners and cutting those gases. Now, this usually means that Rogue is going to be entering a more Roach Ravager-centric composition. Again, without any gases, because link speed is so delayed, we usually don't really invest into link speed until later on down the line. It means Roaches will most likely be the option of choice here for Rogue. Eventually, once we get there, once we saturate our 3 bases and take our gases, and that can eventually lead into Link Bane Roach Ravager, or just straight up Roach Ravager into Hive Tech into Lurkers. Well, the Hellions that have arrived, they do manage to bring down one of the tumors. Well, the tumors will fall. Behind this, interesting. So it's going to be a 3CC 2-1-1. That is a second Rax on the way, not a starport out of Ryung, so he's going to be going much more bio-heavy with this, amassing Marines across the map, working towards a stim timing instead, so something much more aggressive here by Ryung. In a sense, aggressive. There's a bit of a give and take. Essentially, with this build choice by Ryung, very minimal Hellions. Very few Hellions here to work with. Very little map control as well. You can see that Ryung, he's poking, he's prodding, but he has no dive potential. He has no way to punish this opener. He has no way to punish the lack of link speed and get into a mineral line. Ryung is stuck outside, at least until he hits his medevac timing. Again, it's going to be 16 Marines, 2 medevacs, and a jump across the map, and that will have a lot of damage, a lot of potential for damage. Is going to have a lot of potential here. And we'll see how this all comes together. For now, we're still just waiting for a stim. There's Yad on top, Medivacs are on the way. Very crisp timing here out of Ryung. Meanwhile, we spoke about roaches earlier out of Rogue. There it is, there's that roach horn. Again, like to go gasless like this, it is very common to skip banelings and to skip lings early on and to rely on roaches instead. So Rogue just playing this out as standard. I mean, I say playing it out as standard. The build itself was a little bit greedy and unorthodox. Now we get our Evo chambers on the way, but I'm curious about how much we'll have to defend against the initial timing, as Rogue hasn't seen much. You can see here that Rogue hasn't seen much at all. He should have taken note of the lack of Hellions and how low the Hellion count was, and that is a tell. But for what Rogue knows, we could just be banking up the Hellions back at home and going for like a surprise push, a surprise Hellbat push. But there we go, the drop is revealed. Rogue is aware. And Rogue is getting ready. You can see him rotating his queens over towards the left-hand side. Roach production has begun. We only need enough roaches to deflect the drop and to keep up with the movement here of the Medivacs. From there, then we can drone and still be greedy. We've already fully saturated 3 bases, 4th base is on the way. Rogue cutting a lot of corners. Already on 3-base saturation. Ryung still not finding much damage. We got an Overlord and we denied some creep tumors, true, but we're hoping for even more damage. Behind this, we have our 3rd CC landing on location, building up towards our 5-rack setup and tank production. So Ryung likewise is kind of building up towards that mid-game timing, towards that 7-minute push. I'm curious if he's going to be committing with his 1-1 tank move outs, as 1-1 upgrades are on the horizon, or if he does try to lay back a little bit and just focus on drop plays. It does catch a queen. Not bad. 1 queen goes down. Roaches have been revealed. Ooh, and Rogue, he is not droning up his 4th base. The 4th is about to finish, but do you see what I see? That is a Nidus Worm on the way. The Nidus Worm has not been scattered. Rogue, he's just going to double down with Roach Queen. Uh-oh. Okay, so Rogue was hyper greedy initially, getting up to 3-base saturation, but now he's cutting worker production, he's cutting his economy, focusing on nothing but roaches, and he's going to be moving out across the map. Ryung back at home, again, he just doesn't know, he hasn't seen this. He's in the dark. Is in the dark. We have 50 more roaches on the way. 1-1 is about to finish up here for Rogue. And Ryung is being active, sure, I mean, he's poking, prodding the edges of the map, that's true, but again, he still hasn't seen the Nidus Worm itself, he hasn't seen the lack of saturation at the 4th base. There are a couple of different tells and different signs that would alert you that there was going to be something more aggressive coming our way, but again, Ryung just hasn't seen that, not yet. Ryung is getting a 4th CC is on the way, and here we go. Here comes the move out. Even without the Nidus Worm, we're just walking across the map. Meanwhile, Nidus into the main, barely out of vision. Ay, ay, ay. Ryung, he sees nothing. He sees nothing. He knows nothing. Here comes the army, and Ryung is woefully unprepared. He does have 3 tanks back at home, thankfully. Does have them pre-sieged, but the Nidus will finish. Yeah, the Roach Ravager pushes on forward. We do run into the wall of tanks, and it looks like Ryung is going to be able to hold the line, at least initially. Ooh. Even a pretty friendly fire. At the same time, the Queens of Roaches, they get into the main. Now, thankfully, there's not actually much production in the main base, so the main, it isn't as valuable as it otherwise would be. And really, these 3 tanks, they did so much for him. He held on to the 3rd base. Another Nidus on the way. That's going to be a kill on the CC. Ryung knocked down to a 2-base economy. Nidus Worm is done. We can rotate further into the main or rotate towards the right-hand side. Ooh, +2 is denied as well. Boys are being pulled at the same time. We're going for that tank. Can we battle it down? It's going to be close. We go for the Medivacs. It looks like the 1st tank is going to fall. But we bleed out a lot of roaches. At the same time in the main base, we're still wreaking havoc. We get 16 SCV kills. And they're going for the tank. No Ravagers, though. Yeah, without Ravagers, we cannot break that tank line. Queens are starting to fall. But Rogue, he rotates back into the main. Honestly, I'm really impressed with how well Ryung has been defending. Like, he was ready at the 3rd, and he's holding on to the natural, but there's only so much he can do. Like, despite being caught off guard, Ryung will force back the army, but he lost 18 SCVs. He lost +2 armor, now losing +2 attack. Yeah, both E-bays are going to be knocked down. Can we get the armory? Uh-oh. It's going to be close. it's going to be close, Pappy. And behind this, we are still just investing in more roaches. Nidus Worm does go down. And vehicle weapons will finish. We do get a kill on the racks. Across the map, we have still not been droning. Rogue is transferring workers. He's not making workers. He's still on 6-6 workers. Still on 6-6 drones. And the Bio Army stepping on forward, collapsing on the Ravagers. Tank goes down. This is a brutal trade for Rogue. He bleeds out a lot of his army. the same time, we do hit the third. And Ryung, he's getting pulled apart. He's being spread so thin. He can't defend both bases at once. Third base is lifted. We knock down the depots. Ryung attempting to take a fourth, unable to. And even though Rogue didn't kill Ryung, which again, I mentioned before, I'm impressed. I'm definitely impressed here by Ryung's defense. Despite knowing so little coming into this, he held quite well. At the same time, he's not really living here. He survives, but he's stuck on one base. He's on one base economy at this point. Barely an economy. And back at home, Rogue is still maxing out with Road Travager. He did make 2 drones. He somewhat saturated a little bit, made 2 extra workers, as he went up to 68 drones instead of 66. But outside of that, things are looking bleak here for Ryung. The Duckling is mining, more Nidus Swarms on the way. We do pile another tank, and what do we have left? We have 2 tanks remaining. We have 34 Marines. We do have control of the main base, and we will retake the main at least. But we're still in 2 bases. Like, Rogue is being outscaled. Sorry, Ryung is being outscaled. Rogue can freely expand, can freely drone. If Rogue really wanted to, we can drone up, work towards the hive, work towards Hydras and Lurkers and Viper Tech. He doesn't need to, but he could. There's nothing pressuring Rogue is the problem. And Rogue can fight this head on, out of range of the tanks. He can deal with the bio army. 2-2 was remade here for Ryung. He's remaking them. Getting into those upgrades. But alas, won't be able to do much more. The Nidus Swarm is still up in the main. Rogue is going to be able to collapse on this, takes down another tank. And it looks like he should be able to break through the final defensive here of Ryung. GG gets called, and Rogue will take game number 1. Whew. GG. A solid game there from Rogue. Again, was able to keep his build hidden from his opponents, was quite greedy. Winding it back a little bit, as a reminder, Rogue did open up. He did open up gasless. He was gasless. He got away with the opener as well. He droned up very quickly, up to 66 workers. And because of Ryung's build, he couldn't quite punish Rogue. He couldn't really do much about Rogue's economy. He couldn't really poke in, and his vision was quite limited. Because of that, Ryung, he didn't realize, didn't notice that Rogue was not droning up his 4th, and that Rogue had thrown down a Nidus Swarm. The Rogue was going all in on 3 bases. It was essentially a 3-base all in out of Rogue, and Ryung was in the dark. He had no idea what was going on. Despite that, again, had an impressive hold at his 3rd, but the Nidus Swarm in the main base was completely unscattered, and yeah, it did catch him completely off guard. That was a very intentional location with the Nidus Swarm in the main as well. It was interesting. It was like the one hex where there was no vision in the main base. A very cheeky position for that Nidus Swarm, and alas, Ryung had no idea what was coming until it was too late. And by then, even though Ryung survived the initial attack, he had still been crippled and still could not maintain himself. But with that, we're getting into game number 2. As a reminder, this is a best of 3. We have potential to bounce back. We have potential for an ace match. I want to believe that we can go the distance. And here we go. We're getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Representing Team Falcons, it is Rogue. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Vitality, it is Ryung. Here we go. And I'm sure Ryung, he just wants to get into the mid game. He just wants to get into his game, get into his build. Alas, he was shut down before he could really be active on the map. It was Rogue that was in the driver's seat of game 1, but now it's time for Rogue to be the more reactive player, as once again he's going gasless. Okay, wait, where are we headed? where are we going, Pappy? Where are we going? Back at home, Ryung is going for a 2-Rax Reaper, a much more aggressive start to the game, and Rogue is moving out with what looks to be... Okay, never mind. I was going to say what looks to be a proxy hatchery, but the drone does pivot away. We do have a gas being taken, so it is going to be a hatch gas pool. Standard opener out of Rogue, but he does drone scout. Initially, he drone scouts, so this is a little bit inefficient out of Rogue, but he's looking for proxies. So Rogue looks like he's a little bit paranoid, a little bit terrified that after all-inning in game 1 that he would be up against Cheese. You often do not see drone scouts like this, so this is quite committed out of Rogue. Like, drone scouting for proxies is not really a thing you see too often at all, but interesting to see that Rogue does embrace that. Again, is a little bit paranoid and willing to put himself behind economically just to be safe. Shows how confident he is. It was a bit of a gamble. Likewise, of course, Rogue did recently come back to competitive play back in April, so it's been a couple of months. It's been quite an amount of time. Been a couple of months since his return from the military, and he's been doing quite well for himself. Has been improving quite quickly over these past couple of months. It's been a really impressive and interesting sight to behold throughout ESL Open Cups to see the rise of Rogue over the course of May and June, and now coming into July. As the first Reaper has arrived, we're going to be dancing with these Lings. We have additional Reapers behind this. Remember, it was 2x Reaper here out of Ryung. His goal here is to contain and to deny the third. His goal is to get some economic damage done, and there we go. We're going for the third base, and as we go for the third, a big shout out to Macrocosm in the chat for resubscribing for 6 months. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you enjoyed the content. Hope you enjoyed the casting. Hope you enjoyed the StarCraft. Hope you have a great time. As, again, we're looking for a cancel. We're looking for a cancel on this third base. Lacy opponent, the Queens are waddling over, and it looks like with the help of these Lings, as the Lings are coming up behind this, we should be able to fend off these Reapers. Again, it took a little bit too long for the Reapers to get on top of the base. Or can we go for the Queens? We have to make a choice. We're going for the Queens. KDA charges are thrown down. Hatchery getting low. The first Queen as well. Nice control here out of Ryung. He does pull away his Reapers. Ooh, but bleeds off a Reaper. And Rogue holds. Rogue, he holds on. He saves the base. He saves the Queens. Link speed is kicked in. And Rogue, he's gotten away with this. Again, this opener of Ryung needed to get more damage done, and now he's in trouble. Is in trouble. Lings, they come in for the surround, and we get away? Oh, we barely do. Three Reapers do escape. 2 got shut down. Overall, though, I want to favor... Oh, as we bleed off another Reaper. This is a much better stuff for Rogue. Again, this opener from Ryung needed to get more damage done. We needed to ideally force a cancel, right? This hatchery is low. We were close. We were close to forcing a cancel. But close is not good enough. We do get a Queen. That's something. But Lings, they knock down the rocks. They collapse on the Reapers. And they clean everything up. And from here, Rogue can freely drone, saturate his bases. And Ryung back at home is working towards his 3CC. Once again, 2-1-1. So it's going to be an economic follow-up here out of Ryung. Ryung is stuck at home until he gets his medevacs up and running. Again, 0 Hellions to work with, at least currently. And that tells us that Rogue can be greedy. Rogue, he can cut as many corners as he wishes. He can just drone up, take gases, invest into upgrades. That is an earlier Baneling Nest, a very safe play here out of Rogue. We typically would not see a Baneling Nest at this stage. We'd see Evo Chambers or a Lair. So a very safe play here out of Rogue. Will keep us safe against a Hellbat push, for example. As Rogue is droning and taking a 4th. Just opening up that attack path to take the 4th base. Lings are caught out. A nice little trade here for Ryung. Lair is on the way. And momentarily, once the Lair is around halfway done, we should be seeing Evo Chambers here to work towards a +1. Work towards those +1 upgrades. And right now, the pressure is on Ryung. There's a lot of pressure here on our Red Terran player. Double drop coming in. There's those 2 Evo Chambers. We do catch out more Lings. Again, not bad. It's been how many Lings so far? 9. 9 Lings and 1 Queen. It helps. And we do clean up quite an amount of active tumors. 6 tumors go down. Ryung rotating over. Upgrades have begun. Ryung just being as active as possible. We'll supply block Rogue. Again, not a bad pickoff. Let's get Rogue supply blocked, establishing his 3rd. And Ryung is building up towards his eventual 7-minute push. He's working, he's building up towards 1-1 upgrades, 3 tanks, 4 tanks even. And will eventually be more active. Meanwhile, with this rotation, Ryung, he does come across a hatchery, and he will force a cancel. He forces 1 cancel, but Rogue was double expanding. He already has a 4th about to finish up. His 5th is denied, but didn't quite need it, not yet. So not the most important cancel. I mean, nice damage still out of Ryung. Let's get some nice damage. Infestation bits on the way. Quite greedy here out of Rogue. With this, we can rush into a hive or even infestors. We have options. This drop is still being active. It's still being active here as here we go. The tanks do move out. We have reached that 7-minute timing. Army is still going forward. And Rogue is getting ready for a surround. Bailing speed is now done. Not a bad angle here out of Ryung. Again, he's hitting his timing with 1-1. 2 tanks. He's going for the queens at the same time. Rogue, he's just holding on. Holding on to his Lingbane, and now we collapse in. Yeah, we collapse on the tanks. Bailing's a roll on forward as well. No big connections, but we clean up the tanks. The tanks are cleaned up, and so is the bio. But how many queens? We got every single queen. Not bad. And the Marines, they survived. Ryung, he can keep pushing. He can keep the pressure up, and now Rogue is in trouble. He lost all the queens. 7 queens went down. The split is good enough. Oh my god. The splits. Ryung pushing forward towards the 4th. Rogue trying to hold on. 20 lings in production. Again, the surround wasn't bad earlier, but alas, the bio did survive. Does force a pickup. Behind this, Ryung taking another base. He is not rallying across the map. He doesn't reinforce. Rogue holds. Rogue holds on, and now what is scary about this hold is that, yes, Rogue, he lost 7 queens. He lost a lot of his Lingbane, but he didn't lose his economy. His bases, his drones, like, they've all been untouched, and that means we get away with the Hive. Hive is done. We have Adrenal. We're working towards 3-3. I mean, 2-2 for now, but eventually 3-3. Ultra Caverns on the way. We can invest into Spellcasters, Vipers. Like Rogue, he's still looking quite free across the map, and he has been mass expanding. He's on 6 bases. He's on 6 bases already. The creep is a little bit lacking. You know, that's something that Realm was able to keep in check. That is true. The creep is really just connecting the bases. But outside of that, like Rogue, he's looking quite comfortable. He is looking quite comfortable. Ling countersack gets caught. Likewise, so does Ling Runway on the right-hand side. Ryung still being active and still, once again, getting on top of that creep. Going for the mineral line. Bold move out of Ryung. We do have Borrow. Going for the scan. We do target fire as many as we can, though. Slick moves here out of Ryung. 7 drones go down. Most of them were target fired. Behind this, Ryung, he's building up towards 2-2. 2-2 about to finish up. We can try to move out with 2-2 or just max out instead. Ryung, he's not afraid to really go for a longer game, to wall up, to get into a 5th CC and max out. And that might be a wiser choice, especially considering that Ultras are on the way. Baiting to go forward, but Ryung does split in time, does pull away. And this is what I was referring to, the Ghost Academy, right? We have Ultras already in the mix. We will need Ghosts, Liberators. We'll need that anti-Hive army. And we're getting there. For now, Rogue, he's maxing out, again with Lingbane Ultra. Kind of splitting, finishing up. 2-2 is done, 3-3 should be on the horizon here for Rogue. Until then, the Ultras are revealed. Ryung now knows. Ryung is aware. He's pulling back. 3 more CCs on the way, getting into Viking production. Vikings will help zone away things like Vipers. We don't want to invest too heavily into that, as we know, as we can see, there are no Vipers yet for Rogue. Instead, going for Dropper Lords. Okay. Bold move. 6 Dropper Lords on the way. That's a lot of Dropper Lords. There's a lot of drop potential. So you see Rogue splitting up his forces, just defending his bases, taking the gold, investing into a Spire. This should be for Corruptors, for eventually Broodlords if need be. Ryung, he's just completely walling up at this point, killing his own Marines, making free supply here for Ghosts. And we have so many command centers on the way. Some of them will be orbitals, others will be planetaries. Just completely turtling up with a line of tanks, turrets, and CCs. As I mentioned before, Ryung, he is not afraid to go for a longer game. We're going to be strapping in for a while here. And we can take things slow, take our time. Like, the thing here is that Rogue wants to fight out on the map. He wants to fight on creep. He wants to have that beautiful surround that engage with his melee army, this ground army. And Ryung just doesn't give it to him. We have more CCs on the way. We just completely wall up on our 5-base setup. But here comes the Ling Bane, and the wall is not completely sealed tight. As big tank volleys go, we annihilate the Ling Bane and the Ultra. What did we really get here? We got, I think, one tank, some bio, not much else. Ryung trading well. Meanwhile, the Ducklings, they go for the main, but they do get caught out. Yeah, we're in position. The Ducklings will unload, though. And they barely do unload. Ultra goes down. Nidus Worm into the main. And this is forcing a big reaction here out of Ryung. The Nidus Worm, it will finish. And this is a bit of a Hail Mary play here out of Rogue, but it looks like it's going to be working. As I say that, tanks are in position, and Rogue, he does bust in. He gets 2, he gets 3 tanks. So Ryung, he was ready for this, he was in position. He shuts down the push. Likewise in the main, he did miss some of these lings, which means we can go for another Nidus. But for the most part, the army was dealt with, and Ryung holds. Once again, impressive defense here out of Ryung. Does trade well. Rogue still remaxing with Ultra, still no Vipers. We have +1 air attack on the way, or flyer attack. Lings did on Burrow. Will distract Ryung. Shuts down the Nidus. At the same time, Ling Bane hits the 3rd base. Does hit on the left-hand side. Going for the planetary. This time we do break in. Ryung out of position. Oh, the entire mineral line is going to be going down. That's 22 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. 26 SCVs even. We do hold. We do clean up the army. But the base did go down. And now there's no planetary. And that's what's terrifying. Meanwhile, Ultra's into the main. The ghosts! Yeah, Ryung not paying attention. We catch out 4 ghosts. Expensive losses here for the Terran. And Rogue, he's finally doing it. He's finally breaking Ryung. We knocked out a planetary. We bust into the main. Ultra still wreaking havoc. At the same time, Rogue, he hits the 4th. Or the 5th even. Does hit the 5th base. Getting more tanks. Getting to the mineral line as well. And Ryung, he's getting pulled apart. Up until this point, he was holding quite well. It was impressive. Like, the initial drop into the main and the initial aggression fell on its face. But eventually the Nidus were finished up. Ultras got into the main. Like, things very quickly escalated out of control in favor of Rogue. And the problem now is that Ryung has to recover. Ryung, he has a ways to go to max out and to get a handle on his economy. I spoke earlier, there's no planetary here at the 4th. So yeah, Lings on their own, they can just trickle in. They can threaten this command center. And Ryung is just stuck at home. Now Ryung, he's almost remaxed. He's at 170 supply. But alas, he's getting pulled apart. Yeah, we go from one end to the other. We're going for the planetary. The bio army zoned away. That's a kill on the base. 13, 14, 15 SCVs going down. We do overextend. Oof. That's a lot of Ultras going down, but now we got plenty more where that came from. Rogue, he just keeps on pushing, chasing the army back. Knocking down the 4th, going for the 3rd. GG gets caught as we overwhelm the Terran, and Rogue will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. I apologize for not having the score updated on the screen, but that was game 2. We did cast game 1, but I was just a little bit, you know, engrossed in the game itself. But GG, well played. Rogue will take it 2-0, and he will not knock Ryung out of the qualifier. As a reminder as well, in case you were curious, there's only one. There's only one qualifier for the Korean region, and it is single elimination. One and done here for our players, so with this loss, Ryung is going to be knocked out, and Rogue is going to advance on into the next round. Into that next round, we'll also realize that out of game, the logos are incorrect. We'll fix that up. There you go. But Rogue will take the series 2-0, advancing on into the next round, where he has an opponent ready and waiting. Up next is going to be Rogue versus Shin in a ZVD. Rogue versus Shin in the round of 8. We can also take a moment to go over the bracket as well. To go over our matches. Here we go. Just need a moment here to actually set up our lovely team names. We're getting there. And if you're curious yourself, !B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. There is a Wikipedia link alongside, of course, the ESL bracket link as well. We can catch up. Okay, from the top, we have Shin. Shin was waiting in the quarterfinals, waiting for the winner of Rogue and Ryung. So we have a next series, going to be Shin versus Rogue in the quarterfinals. Scrolling down, we have... Oh God, wasn't meant to click on that. We have Stats. Stats versus Nightmare has concluded as well. Nightmare is eliminated from the tournament, and Stats will be advancing on into the semifinals. Apparently, all qualifying matches... will be played out one at a time. Okay. Interesting. Which means we... Okay, well, this is not a qualifying match. We're okay. But as a heads up, it looks like we're going to be casting all the qualifying matches, which is the semifinals, for those that are curious. So Stats, he's waiting in a qualifying match as we speak, waiting for the winner of Shin and Rogue. Scrolling down, we have Bunny waiting for the winner of Trap and DRG. I believe that PVZ is currently ongoing on some of the other channels. I believe Wardy is casting that, if I'm not mistaken. And scrolling down a little bit further, we have Sue taking down Ordinary 2-0. If you're curious, who is Ordinary? That is Chance. Chance, the Korean Protoss player, did have a name change. He did change his ID not too long ago and is going by Ordinary now, which is a little bit bittersweet. Like, he's been changing his name quite a bit, but we got a lot of love. We have a lot of love for Chance. Do wish him the best in his return. But still advances on the face-off against Creator in the quarterfinals as well. So plenty of matches ahead of us, plenty of games to come. So we're going to be following Rogue into Shin, and then we will most likely head towards the lower half of the bracket. I say that just because I mentioned before that we will be casting both semifinals. For those who are curious, I didn't quite go over this before, but top 3 make it into the main event. Top 3 do make it. What does that mean? That means that the semifinals are qualifying matches, so top 2 of this bracket will qualify for the closed qualifier, and the losers of the semifinals will face off against each other in a bronze match, in a third place match, as it is top 3 that make it into those closed qualifiers. So out of all these players, 3 will advance on. Wish them all the best of luck. Do wish them the best. Until then, we have our ZVZ. Just catching up with the chat. Just catching up with what's been going on. Where's the game clock? Game clock is not being shown. It is under the overlay. Scrolling down. Yo, we have some Rogue fans. Let's go. Oh, I see Chileno in the chat as well. Este Chileno. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Hope you're doing well. You are doing well. And vetoes are currently underway, so because of that, we may just go on a short break. We may just head up for a moment, just waiting for our players to conduct their vetoes and to get ready. to get ready for the next match. So we're going to be going on a short break. As a reminder, next up we have Shin versus Rogue. After that series, we may hop around a little bit. We do usually try to like stay to one portion of the bracket, but again, because we're going to be holding qualifying matches to be covered by all the casters, it's going to be a little bit different. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit more like Kung Fu Cup, if you will. Until then, going on a short break. We'll see you guys soon for the next round. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2024 South Korean Open Qualifier. I'm, of course, your host, Live VIP, and we just wrapped up with our first match. We just wrapped up with Ryung versus Rogue, and now we're here in the round of 8, in the quarterfinals, to determine who advances on to a qualifying match. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaimin Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Here we go. Our ZVZ is upon us. And again, Rogue was looking quite good, quite strong against Ryung. Ryung is no slouch by any means. Ryung is a very powerful player in his own right, but Rogue was in control of that series, was hyper aggressive, was able to just force Ryung to be on the back foot. I mean, Ryung had his own moments in the series, don't get me wrong, but alas, was unable to really get a foothold and unable to really deal any economic damage to Rogue. But now we're in a very different match, a very different dynamic. We're in a ZVZ, and I'm curious how this turns out. Now, for those of you that were watching DreamHack Dallas live, you would have been there for our broadcast. We, of course, casted the open stage of DreamHack Dallas. We casted the open stage and the knockout bracket live at the time. We were one of the side streams, and we did cast Rogue. Rogue did travel to DreamHack Dallas alongside Solar and many other players, and they faced off in the open stage. Rogue versus Solar was something that was featured twice in the open stage, as they did have a rematch, and Rogue won both times. He was able to bring Solo to his knees twice there in that day, and he was the reason why Solo did not make it onto the mainstream. He did not make it out of the open stage. It was wild, it was crazy. Rogue popped off, and we saw a lot of aggression. It was a very intense series. Both best of threes that they played in was like 15 minutes. Like, it was a very short best of 3, and they went to the ace match as well. Just really quick games between Rogue and Solar. I'm curious how that dynamic shifts here against Shin. Shin, also known for his aggression, also known for being very chaotic as well. So how do they compare to each other? For now, Rogue, hatch gas pull, standard opener. Likewise, same can be said for Shin. Standard openers for the time being between both of our players. Initial Lings are moving out for a bit of a scout, trying to get a read what's going on. Likewise, Shin also moving out with his own Link scout as well. And we're able to keep up. Third bases are being taken for both Shin and Rogue. Both players are expanding. And so far, standard opener. So far, everything is looking as it should. We should be throwing down Bailey Nest as we speak. There we go, Bailey Nest for Rogue, and we should be seeing a Bailey Nest for Shin as well. No one is cutting any corners, and this is as standard can be between both players. Rogue is making a wave of Lings, though. That is not normal. Shin should be making some safety Lings momentarily. There we go, safety Lings are in production, but Rogue is doubling down. Rogue is going to be the aggressor as he's banking Lings in the main. He's hiding them. He's banking them up and is soon to pull the trigger once Link speed kicks in. Hyper aggression here out of Rogue. Now, thankfully, Shin is not droning. Thankfully, Shin is making Lings of his own. Bailey Nest is almost done, and we need Bailings as soon as possible. It's not going to be an easy hold, but we have the tools to defend. And here we go, Link speed kicks in. We're flooding across the map. We have 16 more Lings on the way. And Shin back at home. There are the Bailings. 5 Bailings in production. Shin just has to buy time. He has to just buy time for those Bailings. And it's not just about buying time, it's about the control. It's about out-controlling our opponents, making sure those Bailings do connect. Queens are moving forward. Bailings, can they split up? First Bailing shot goes up, and we go for the third. We're gonna surround on the third base. And Bailings, they don't get here in time, and that's gonna be it's almost a kill. Almost. Not the best Bailing connections. We're gonna surround the Queens, and 1, 2, 3 Queens go down. Massive pickups here. Again, the Bailing connections were lackluster for Shin. And do we get the base? No shot. We get the base. We get 3 Queens and the hatchery. Oh my god. Shin with 5 Queens was unable to defend, and now Shin is in a brutal position. Going for a counterattack back at home. Rogue, he's walling up. We've got our Evo chamber. We've got our Roach Warren. We have our Queens. Third base is under fire. Rogue is now the defender, but again, he has the defender's advantage. Bailings are on the way. Queens are welding in. And the pressure is on Shin. He has to get the surround. He gets 1 Queen, but not the other. Banelings, they finish up just in time, and Rogue, he will defend. He saves the hatchery, saves the queens. And now he's moving out for his own counterattack, and Shin, he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. I don't know how Shin can save his own base. The Baneling connection, not quite. There are two Banelings. Oh, one does connect. So does the other, though. So not ideal. That was two Banelings instead of one. And Lings are arriving. Lings have arrived. Banelings waddling in. Oh, the wall off has been thrown down. Roaches have arrived. Banelings are going for the mineral line, and will they get in? They will not. Yeah, the Banelings are shut down. Shin does defend. Meanwhile, across the map, Rogue is making roaches. He's going for an all-in. Again, very similar to how he was playing against Solar, but Rogue, he's just not letting up at all. Just building up more Lings, building up more roaches, doubling down on aggression. Rogue is not droning. Neither is Shin. I say that Shin just made a drone. Never mind. Shin is droning. No, Shin, he's droning up. Meanwhile, Rogue is going for the all-in. He's going for Lings and I imagine Ravagers. But now, here we go. The roaches are moving out there. Who needs Ravagers? Just a wall of roaches. They're revealed to the Overlord. And Shin is not ready. Spine Crawlers are on the way. As many as he can muster. 2 Spine Crawlers here for Shin. Hatchery's low from earlier. Banelings are on the way. But it's just a numbers game at this point. It's just a numbers game. Shin was droning. Rogue wasn't. On top of that, Shin was also on the back foot after losing a base and all those queens. Had to rebuild. Rogue, he smelled blood in the water, and he's going for the kill. You have all the queens, though. And we have potential transfuse, but we're still rallying across the map. And Rogue, he has enough to break through. Brings down the queens, gets on top of the Spine Crawler. And these reinforcements, they're not going to be enough. Yeah, Rogue even pulling back the weakened roaches. Getting on top of the reinforcements. The Spine Crawler not able to burrow. Not in time. And Rogue, he's just forcing his way into the natural. Came to the production, and there's just nothing left. GG gets called, and Rogue will take game number 1. GG. A solid game there out of Rogue. Just hyper aggression from a returning ex-military player. And again, early on, Shin, he had the tools to defend, but the control wasn't quite there. The Baneling connections were lackluster for Shin. He could not save his queens, could not save his third base either. And in the aftermath of the aggression, Shin was droning, whereas Rogue was not. So things just snowballed out of control very quickly, and Rogue takes the lead. Rogue does take a lead. And now we're getting ready for the next game. Getting ready for game number 2. Rogue needs one more to advance onto a qualifying match. And meanwhile, Shin needs to fly back here and now to force the ace match. I'm hoping we can. I am hoping we can. Oh boy. As for now, we are going to be settling in, and we have our map. We have a map of choice. We're going to be loading into Site Delta. Oh boy. A very interesting map, a map that does actually, that ZVZ has an impact on, and we'll get into it. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Down in this series, he's up against the wall. He has to fight back here and now, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, leading the series 1-0, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Here we go. We do have our ZVZ, and Site Delta is an interesting map. It does impact a lot of mirror matchups in a certain way. The big feature of this map is the ramp. The ramp coming into the natural does mean that 2-base play is more preferred. Or I say preferred. It is more viable. I think that's a better way to put it. The reason for this is because it's more defendable, because of the ramp, because of the high ground, because of the choke point. You're able to wall off and get into 2-base play. That does mean that we can go for a 2-base all-in, we can go for a 2-base roach, we can go for a Nidus Swarm, we can go for 2-base Muta as well. These are viable options on maps like Site Delta, Amphion, and Post Youth. Those 3 maps, things they have in common, is the ramp coming into the natural base. Doesn't mean we have to. We could just play standard and just go for a third and get into Ling Bane again, but we have the option to avoid Ling Bane and play 2 base instead. So we'll keep an eye on our players to see if either one embraces that. When we casted Rogue versus Solar during DreamHack Dallas, Solar was one to embrace that. He was one to embrace the 2 base play instead and trying to attempt to make that work. Unfortunately was unsuccessful, but again, did try to embrace that style. So we'll see how Shin and Rogue do approach this. For the time being, standard openers, hatch, gas, pool. Everything is mirrored for the time being. Link speed is on the way. Should be seeing that soon from the side of Shin as well. And our first big sign is whether or not we decide to expand and take a third or wall up on 2 bases. So we'll keep an eye on our players as we do fan out some links to get some scouting information across the map. Getting a read on what's going on. Yeah, links are moving out for both players. Oh, Rogue, he bites first. And there we go. Rogue, he's expanding, taking his third, and so is Shin. So we are going to be getting into Ling Bane. We should be seeing Baneliness soon thereafter. We're not playing 2 base. And Rogue, do you see what I see? We're flooding Lings again. Uh-oh. We're hiding the Lings behind the mineral line, and there's no Baneling Nest. So Shin is playing standard, Shin is playing Ling Bane, getting a third. Meanwhile, Rogue is cutting workers earlier on, cutting workers at 22, and massing up those Lings. Here comes the scout! Up! Do we get in? We do! Oh my god. Very clutch, very close. We do get eyes on the all-in, and back at home, Shinny walls up. He fully walls off. The third base is exposed, the third base is going to go down, but Shin, he's walling up and getting ready for the Ling Flood. So very important scout there by Shin. As Ling speed kicks in, we get on top of the third. We're going to be forcing a cancel. We'll force a cancel here. Rogue still not droning, by the way. Still flooding Lings. Banelings are in production, and with these Banelings to defend, we should be okay. I don't think that Rogue can really break through. Oh, the Banelings! Oh, the Banelings, they do finish up. We take some big Banelings to the face. And Rogue, he's going to be cleaned up. Lings do slip into the main though. We're going for some economic damage, and we get 2 drones. 2 workers go down, and Rogue, he's still, oh, he did drone. Rogue, he did drone up a little bit, getting an Evo chamber, making defensive Lings. And even though Rogue didn't kill Shin, he did deny the third. And now he's up a base. Now Rogue, he's up a base. He can drone from here. He can saturate. Rogue can recover, but he's currently down in workers. Shin has the economic lead currently. So getting into roach play. Lings have right to get eyes on the third hatchery. Getting a full scout in the main. Or at least attempting to. Again, we get eyes on the roach warren on the low ground. Researching Evo chamber. Rogue pulls back. And we're calming down. Well, we're calming things down, but we're calming down, we're droning up, getting into some longer games as some advantages and disadvantages for both players. The big thing, of course, for Rogue is the extra larva and the better production that he's going to have available to him with his third base. Meanwhile, Shin is moving out through the center of the map. Moving out with his Ling Bane, producing roaches behind this. Is rolling forward, and we do force the evacuation of the mineral line. Oh, 1 Baneling does connect. The others less so. Nice pickoffs. Do catch some drones. At the same time, Rogue collapsing on these roaches. 2 roaches go down, and a queen and a third roach. Big pickoffs. Trading minerals for gas. Doesn't quite get another roach, but it looks like we might just be able to. Yeah, Rogue flooding Lings. We collapse some of the roaches. Roaches are falling left and right. Massive losses here for Shin. Again, these pickoffs, they should not be happening. And Shin is still producing roaches. Meanwhile, Rogue getting into his own roach production as well. I don't see any more drones. We've cut workers at 39. Oh, and Shin is squeezing out some drones of his own. If he drones up too much, we could just see a repeat of game 1. He's droning! No! Shin is droning, and Rogue is not. Again, it's that killer instinct. We saw the same thing against Solar. And Shin, he's still making more workers, by the way. He's joining up past 50. He's getting up to 3 base saturation, and Rogue is completely all in. Essentially on 2 bases. Like, there's no saturation at all on the third. The third is just for Larva. We move out with everything. And it's a numbers game at this point. Once again, Rogue has a massive supply lead. We'll see if Shin can recover. We'll see if he can somehow pull off a defense. The Queens will help. We have Queens, we have Spine Crawlers on the way. The army pushes forward. So far, decent Bailey connections. The Plows do force back Rogue's army. And Shin, you can see with the defensive edge, with the production, we're slowly catching up in supply. Yeah, Shin, he's got the concave, he's got the Queens, the Spine Crawlers finishing up, and we hold. Shin holds, Papi. We drone up to 50, 52 even, but it's okay. We got away with it. We got away with droning. GG gets called, and Shin survives the all-in and ties up the series. GG. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG, well played. I was concerned that Shin was being too greedy. I was concerned that it was droning up too much. Thankfully, Shin did have a standing army, and thankfully he was able to respond and react to the army moving out. With his spines, he brought forward all of his queens. He had Ravagers morphed in as well already. He was okay. He was okay, did survive, and now we're getting into our next game. Once again, though, when it comes to that previous game, I do think that Rogue overextended. If you remember, he killed the third, but he did run into Bailings thereafter, so he took some inefficient fights, he took some rough trades. Killing the third was good, but didn't have the biggest of leads from that killing that third as much as he would have liked. But we'll see if we can recover. It all ends here. It all ends on Amphion. Meanwhile, some other updates coming in. I did see that Dash was asking about Creator. Creator did just 2-0 Su. This just in. Creator, he takes down Su 2-0, and Creator is also in a qualifying match. I believe waiting for the winner of Trap and Bunny. That's it, Trap and Bunny. But we're in our own series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaimin Gladiators. Ooh, surviving the earlier all-in and forcing the ace match. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing his new team, Team Falcons. It is Rogue. We go. Alright, getting into this. It all ends here. It all ends on Amphion. Now, we spoke about Amphion previously, and honestly, on Amphion, it's even more so applicable. The ramp. The ramp coming into the natural does mean that 2-base play is more viable. On top of that, because of the third base location, because you can mine through these mineral patches and gain access to a very safe third, it does mean that you can be a little bit greedier. You can cut some corners, and you can play 2-base and take a safe third, and have an easier transition into a 3-base setup. I'm curious if either player embraces that kind of initial 2-base play. We saw that that was not the case on side Delta. Both players did go for standard openers, until the Link Flood, of course, by Rogue. But we'll see how that changes in the ace match on Amphion. We shall see. Shall see. So now Hashgas pool. For now, standard openers by both Rogue and Shin. Getting into our natural bases, working towards link speed, of course, and we will be building up. And from here, we'll see if we do expand and take the linear third, or if we decide to wall up. But now we are droning. Queens are on the way. No major signs of deviation outside of the kind of base layout here to play on 2 bases or take a safer third. We do have some hybrid bases, but I don't see them really coming into play, especially in the ZVZ. They are more of a rarity to expand at these center locations and take advantage of those gold minerals. As Shin is looking to expand and will take the third, so will Rogue. Okay. So once again, it's going to be Hashgas pool into a third. This should be leading into Bailing production, into Ling Bane. And specifically on a map like this, on a map like Amphion, because of our the kind of the route that we're taking and the expansions that we're taking as well, I feel like we should be seeing a much more standard Roach v Roach. We've seen that Rogue has been very aggressive with Ling aggression, with Ling run-bys and Ling floods, but I don't see that being too successful here on Amphion. The reason why I say that is because really there's just one attack path, and it's a little bit easier to defend here back at home. You can see that Rogue is droning. Rogue is droning up. Overlord is being zoned away, and Shin likewise is also droning. So for the first time this series, when no one is making like a flood of Lings. In game 1 and in game 2, we had a bunch of Ling floods from Rogue. Different variations, of course, and that's not really happening this time. So we're going to be able to freely drone up and get up to 2-base saturation, get into a third, and get into Roaches. There we go. Roach Horns on the way for Rogue. Roach Horns on the way for Shin. This is going to be, like, again, the most passive game of the series. The most passive early game of the series. Where we're just scatting each other, droning up, checking the third, checking the main. We confirm that we are saturating, that we are droning up. And the Roach v Roach phase of ZVZ is upon us. And from here we can get up to 3-base saturation, take a 4th, max out. It's a little bit too early to talk about Lurker tech. I think that's a little bit more on the horizon. Rogue is investing into earlier Roaches for the time being. 7 Roaches on the way. Now, this could just be the posture. This could just be to threaten a move out and drone up. Or we could try to commit. And I am curious. These Lings are being active. A lot of Overlords are on the way. Gases are being taken. That does tell us that we should be droning. But Rogue is making more Roaches. Okay, now I assume that we were going to be entering a more standard mid-game. But no, Rogue, he's cutting workers at 37. Much earlier on, and we're investing into Roaches. We're moving up with everything we have. Now, Shin has been droning, so once again, it's the tale of the series, where Shin has been droning and Rogue has not. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Will Shin survive this? Will he defend? I mean, he does have a good amount of Roaches, and we have 6 more Roaches on the way. Rogue is pulling back. Ling Run-by does drag him back home. We get into the middle line, 4 drones go down. We were barely droning to begin with. The economy is crippled, and Rogue, he's that much more committed. The push was delayed. Bailing Run-by does catch 3 drones, and we're still making more Roaches. And Rogue is still building up, but so is Shin, and Shin has the better economy. And Rogue, he's just being outscaled. At this point, Shin doesn't have to commit. Not yet. More reinforcements are on the way. Shin pushing forward. And over time, the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be for Rogue, as Shin is building up a larger and larger army, but he's pushing into a concave. And Shin, even being up in army supply, can still lose this battle. Bile's going to be thrown down. Rogue trying to get on top of those Roaches. Sorry, on top of those Ravagers even. Yeah, and Shin is getting caught out. He has to pull back, but the surround is real. Lings will help, but we focus on every single Ravager. Very nice movement here out of Rogue. And despite the supply devs that he makes the best of it. Takes the best fight he could have hoped for. And he will shut this down. Very impressive. Again, very impressive engagement here out of Rogue, and Shin does overextend. Like, again, Shin just had to calm down, back off, and build up. And now suddenly Shin, he's in trouble. He's in so much trouble right now. Rogue is all in. He's been all in this entire time. Did preserve his Ravagers. Investing into more Roaches, and he's just sending everything across the map. And can Shin survive this? Spine Coolers are on the way. But they could just be too late. Bailing zoning away the Lings. Lings are being zoned away. Bile's going to be connecting as well. We have 2 Bailings left. 2 Bailings remaining. We get 1 decent connection, but the Lings, they do collapse in. Do we have a transfuse? We have 1 transfuse available. Spine Cooler does finish up. We get the transfuse on the Roaches, and it looks like Shin, he's barely holding on with reinforcements. He's breaking through the Lings. He's getting on top of the Ravagers. Yeah, Shin is holding. It was a close hold. And almost didn't make it. Nice control with the Bailings. did buy time, did zone away those Lings for long enough. And Shin is droning? Oh my, he's crazy. In the middle of the defense, against an all-in, Shin is droning up. Very bold move. At the same time, going for a Ling counterattack as well. Uh-oh, and that means he's gonna get surrounded. The Biles, oh, they connect. They do connect, but alas, it looks like we don't have enough regardless. Yeah, Shin is still barely holding on. Lings were catching reinforcements at the same time. Shin has been droning. Shin on 49 workers. He's still droning. Shin is still making more workers. We don't need to. It's so risky, Bobby. So Shin is getting fully saturated, droning up to 52, soon to be 54. Lair is on the way, extra gases as well. Meanwhile, Rogue is still making units. And this means that Rogue still has a chance. Like, Rogue is, I mean, he's all in completely. He's completely all in. You can see here, no saturation at the natural. He's making it look like his natural base is saturated, which means he's hoping that Shin overdrones. He's trying to lure Shin into a false insecurity. If Shin scouts the third, it's going to look like Rogue has been droning when he hasn't been. And it's all or nothing for Rogue. It's going to be pure Ling Ravager. And Shin, thankfully, is not taking the bait. He's making roaches. He's not fully saturating on 3 bases. I mean, in a sense he is, but he's not up to 66 workers. He has not overdroned. I mean, it kind of has, but considering the game states, kind of. There's a Ravager. So the goal of this army is it's Ling Ravager, as we mentioned before. The goal is the Lings, they lock down the roaches, and the Biles, well, the Ravagers, they deal with everything else. If we can connect with the Biles, even if we're down in the army supply, we can take a fight. Like, the Biles is going to be key here for Rogue. Overseer Scout does confirm. Shin now knows. He sees no saturation at the natural whatsoever. Shin is fully aware of what's going on, and I would love to see even like a safety extra spine crawler. Yeah, we go. He knows. Safety spine crawler's on the way. Shin realizes how much danger he's in. He's like, hold up, there's literally nothing at home. There's no drones in the natural. And how many Ravagers do we have? Oh, only 5. That's not a lot. Even if we lock down the army, even if the Biles connects, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Speaking of the Biles, they won't quite connect here. We do kite back. As Shin pulling back to the safety of his spine crawlers, boys are being pulled. And the Roach army of Shin is going to be overwhelming. Yeah, Rogue just doesn't have enough on his side. We focus on the Ravagers. GG gets called, and Shin will take the series 2-1, eliminating Rogue from the Esports World Cup. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Shin as he does take the series. He does take the series, and as a reminder, there's only one qualifier. Only one qualifier per region. Only one qualifier available here for South Korea. Likewise, only one for Europe, only one for the Americas, only one for Asia. And Rogue has been knocked out. GG, congratulations to Shin. Shin advances on to a qualifying match. And does he have an opponent? Does he have an opponent ready and waiting? I believe he does. Exclamation mark B in the chat. We saw it earlier. Stats took down Nightmare, and up next we have Shin versus Stats. Likewise, scrolling down, we mentioned that Creator took down Sue, and Creator was waiting for the winner of Bunny and Trap. And I believe they've also completed their series as well. Here we go. And we are just splitting up. Okay, so it looks like Bunny. It looks like we have confirmation. Bunny did take down Trap in the end. Bunny took down Trap, and now we have our 2 series. We have a PvZ between Stats and Shin, and we have a PvT between Bunny and Creator. Those are the 2 series ahead of us. And I believe the matches are happening at the same time. Okay, so originally we were going to be casting one at a time. The answer, but looks like that is not the answer. That is not what we're going for, and it makes sense. The reason why we're not waiting, originally we were going to be casting one then the other, but there's a bronze match afterwards, and it would mean that the series that finished first, if we casted one then the other, if we casted both semifinals, the series that ended first, the winner of that series would have extra time to like rest and recuperate, right? As opposed to the other player that would have to play the bronze match immediately. So this way it's the most fair because both series start at the same time. It means that both players will have more or less kind of a similar amount of time to rest and recover compared to how it would have been before, where it would have been heavier, more heavily in one direction than the other. So what I'm saying is, both semifinals at the same time. Let's go. Qualifying matches have arrived. We're jumping in. And before we do, we are setting up our match, and we will set up some predictions. Predictions will be set up as well. Quickly double checking. I believe this is a best of 3, but I could be mistaken. So let me just double check that. Let's have a look here. Yes, best of 3. Okay, so best of 3 here between Stats and Shin. This is a qualifying match. I will likewise update the text file as well. One moment. Qualifying match. Beautiful. Okay, so again, we're going to need a little bit of time here to set up our vetoes, set up our lobbies, and to get the predictions ready for our first qualifying match of the night. If this series is fast, if the other qualifying match is slow, then we might be able to catch a tail end of Creator versus Bunny. Otherwise, we're going to be following this qualifying match into the bronze match. Remember, top 3 make it into the closed qualifier. It's going to be these 2 semifinals, and then a bronze match thereafter. The loser of this series will have a second chance. Just as a reminder. So regardless of who wins and who loses, the winner, of course, will make it into the closed qualifier, but the loser will have a second chance, a chance here to redeem themselves, to make it through. Do love to see it. I'm catching up with the chat. I'm catching up. Will you direct and produce my video titled Rowdy Uncapped? It's about proper furniture lifting techniques with special guest, fit German gymnast coach. Hit me up. Let's talk offline. What are you on about, Bobby? Oh my god. We're gonna see you lift, Rowdy. Beautiful, beautiful. Lift for me. But yes, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have Stats versus Shin. We'll see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2024 South Korean Open Qualifier. Welcome to our very first qualifying match of the night. We just wrapped up with Shin versus Rogue. Shin came out on top just barely in that best of 3, and now we're entering a best of 5. A best of 5 qualifying match. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe will be the first player to qualify for the closed qualifier. Best of luck. Predictions open. Just posting in the chat, and here we go. We're jumping on in and sporting in the right hand corner of Crimson Court. We have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Stats. We go. Our PVZ is here, and we're already kicking things off with a proxy hatch. Let's go. The aggression is on, and we scout. No shot. We scout immediately. Stats. He does come across the proxy, finds the hatchery, will already focus it down. Behind this, we can get a second gateway, we can get a forge, we can get cannons, we can prioritize our zealots. Just a very fast scout here, very fast reaction out of Stats. This is not ideal for Shin, as Shin's expanding. Okay, so Shin, he responds with an expansion, so he's going to be canceling this hatchery, I imagine, and getting into, I presume, a gasless opener with a spawning pool thereafter. As the third probe has arrived, again, a less than ideal start here for Shin, and I imagine it does mean that he has to kind of pivot away from this. And he's at least forcing some inefficient mining here out of Stats. Stats behind this then goes out for a Zealot. Forge is now on the way. There's that spawning pool follow-up. And again, we should be canceling this hatchery. Now, Stats has no idea that behind this we're not being hyper-aggressive. We are just going for a more standard follow-up here, trying to recover, trying to get into a standard game. We're droning, essentially. We are droning up. There's the cancel on the hatchery, and the aggression has subsided. The aggression has subsided. Now, at least it did force inefficient mining, did force lost mining time, and a delay on the expansion. Damage was done, but we were hoping for more, I imagine. We were hoping for a little bit more. Drone Scout will confirm that there is a Nexus on the way, that there's no second gateway, that there's no forge, and Shin is unable to get the gas steal. He was hoping for it, but alas, it won't quite be there. Shin will back up, and across the map, Stats is going to retreat as well with that Zealot. Doesn't want to get caught out, doesn't want to get surrounded, and we're just going to be settling in. Settling into our game. We are going to be calming things down here. And we have our take of choice. Stats, okay, going for an aggressive follow-up, which I appreciate. Again, we're just popping up from both ends here in game number 1. Initially with a proxy hatch, and now with a Twilight Council. This should be for Glaives. It could be for a Dark Shrine. We'll keep an eye on the gases. Actually, we have not pulled out a gas. Okay, so this could be 3-gate Glaive Adept. As there is no Robo, there's no Prism potential. Otherwise, this could be for a Dark Shrine. We have not pulled out a gas, so I'm curious where this takes us. If Robo is now on the way, I'm feeling a Dark Shrine, but we'll see. We shall see. Behind this, Shin is just droning up. Third base is now on the way. Third base has been delayed. We're going for Glaives, and we have pulled out a gas. That's what we were waiting for. We have pulled out a gas here. Just 2 and 2. In the main base. Gateways are on the way, and we're working towards Glaive Adepts. The build itself was a little bit wonky just because of the early game. It was a little bit wonky of a build, but we're getting there. Meanwhile, Shin coming with the Overlord Scout, and Shin will confirm everything in the main. Does get eyes on the researching Twilight Council. Does confirm Glaives. So Shin sees all, he knows all. Back at home, early Roach Warren, sub 4 minutes. With this, Shin will be ready for Adepts for the aggression. Now, Shin will have the tools to defend, but it still comes down to the control. It comes down to the movement of Stats. Likewise, it also comes down to the movement and positioning of Shin. Well, Shin is supply blocked. For a moment, though. Additional Overlords are on the way. We can see Stats are mining through these minerals, looking to expand towards the northern side. Looking to expand linearly. As Glaives is about to finish up, and the Prism does move out. Let's go. Stats is pushing. Back at home, Shin cutting workers at 36. Cutting workers really early on, embracing Lings and Roaches. He's looking to completely shut this down. And we'll see if he can. It's a warping of Adepts. Stats reinforcing. Quite committed with this. Remember, Stats is not all in. He's looking to expand behind this, taking the third base. Because of this map, because of Crimson Core, this third base is very safe, very sound. Shin doesn't have access to this Nexus until he knocks down rocks or mine through minerals of his own. And Stats, he is threatening Shades. Immortal production has begun. Charge as well. And Stats, he won't commit to these Shades here. Meanwhile, Shin has not droned. He's not droned in quite some time. Shading in between the bases. Just keeping Shin busy. And Shin is going for the all-in. Shin is still making pure Ling. Oh my god. Just mass Lings here out of Shin and we're moving out across the map. The Shades, they will force back the Lings. At least initially. Oh, oh my god, the Vials! The Vials, they take down the Prism. Oh my god. Shin, calm down. The Prism does 4. Shield batteries are on the way. And we're looking to knock down that front door. We're going to break into the natural. Now the Adepts did make it. They did survive. And they're here to support that Immortal. But the Cybercore's under fire. The Immortal as well. Here come the Lings. So far, Soul Force. Oh my god, the Vials once again. The Vials, they bring down the Prism and the Immortal. Ay, ay, ay. How? Pickoffs that should not be occurring. There's one Immortal left. Behind this, working towards the backup Cybercore, working towards charge. No second Immortal in production, and we can knock down the front door. We knock down the rocks at least. Pushing in towards the third. And where is Shin headed? Yeah, for that Nexus. That's going to be a kill on the base. There's no saving it. The Vials, ooh, they do connect. We collapse on the army. No shield, no overcharge. We get a full surround. And Satsy gets completely caught off guard. The bars were insane. The surround as well. And there's just nothing left. There's nothing here. We have shield batteries, but they're not supporting anything. We're out of range. The shield batteries, the overcharge, it does nothing. GG gets called, and Shin takes game number 1. GG. Oh my, calm down. GG, well played. Shin, he was forced to respond, of course, forced to react to the initial Glaive Adepts, and Shin just committed to the all-in. He stopped making workers, made nothing but Lings, nothing but Ravagers, and the Biles were insane. He shut down and he sniped the Prism and the Immortal, and from there, like, Stats, he lost the backbone of his army, I should say. He lost the backbone of his army, he lost a lot of micro potential as well, without that War Prism, and things went from bad to worse. Shin completely shut Stats down and takes the lead. Takes a lead in the series, but alas, that was merely a lead. We're now getting into game number 2, and this could still go either way. It's a best of 5. As a reminder, Stats can always bring it back. Can always bring it back here. Really, we just needed that first game to shake the rust off. It's all good. Just shaking it off, pappy. Getting ready for game number 2. We're going to be loading into Oceanborn. Let's go. Let us go. So we're just making sure we have all the casters in here. Again, a lot of coverage for these qualifiers. A lot of coverage here for these games. So we just have to make sure we got all the casters. Shout out to Enki and Edmoso. Also casting in Spanish. It's casting in Spanish. Likewise, we have plenty of English casters as well. We have CranKy casting in Korean. It looks like they're just resolving some technical issues. Just some tech issues here between our players. then we'll jump in. Shout out to Crank. Crank is basically the translator. He's like relaying what Stats is saying to his opponent. But it looks like, yeah, it looks like Stats had the console bug. For those that are unaware, there is a bug that does occur sometimes for players where it's a console bug, which means that basically their console switches to the Twitch console, I believe, which is like, yeah, which can be quite distracting. And basically, he's being notified that if that happens again, we can just remake the game. We just remake the lobby and remake the game. It's all good. Just making sure that doesn't happen again. All good. Until then, let's set it again. Okay, good. So yeah, we're just remaking the lobby here. Apparently, so I wasn't quite aware of this, but apparently, to avoid the bug, the player that's experiencing these kind of issues, if they make the lobby themselves, then should be resolving the issues. So we're just gonna be remaking the lobby, and Stats is gonna be the lobby host. Then we can get into this. All good. All good. Now, meanwhile, if you want to tune in the other qualifying match, I believe Bunny and Creator are mid-series. They're duking it out over on Wardy's channel. I'm sure covered by many other English casters as well. I think it's Wardy and Rotterdam, if I'm not mistaken. I think Roddy and Rotterdam have the PVT, and all the other English casters have the PVZ. That's how we have split up. Go. Meanwhile, I hope everyone in the chat is enjoying themselves. Hope you're all doing well. I love Shin in his crazy style. He's great. He's great. Shin is a very chaotic player, and we love him for it. Stylistically different to Dark, though. Like, Dark is also very aggressive and very chaotic, but Dark has like a certain style to himself as well, when it comes to his builds of choices. Shin is slightly different. Slightly different. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. Looks like our issues have been resolved, and we're jumping into Oceanborn as game number 2. Again, I apologize for the downtime or for the break that we had here, but just making sure that everything is working as intended for our players, making sure they have the kind of best situation possible. And here we go. We're getting into that second game. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Down in the series, looking to bounce back, it is Stats. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Gaimin Gladiators, leading the series 1-0. It is Shin. And do you see what I see? I see another drone. Hello. Now, if you weren't here for game number 1, for the beginning of game 1, it all started with a proxy hatchery. Now, in game 1, the proxy hatch was scouted, and Stats was able to shut it down ahead of time, which led into the Glaive Adepts, which likewise got shut down for Stats. But here in game number 2, the drone does skirt around the edge of the map, and we do get right on top of the base location, and we're going for the hatch block. Let's go. Now, this is not an all-in, but this is a way to disrupt the opener of Stats and to allow Shin to expand freely to drone up and delay the expansion of the Protoss. Stats are gonna have to pull the boys. If he wants to expand here, he's gonna have to pull the boys to focus down that hatchery. Otherwise, we need the zealots, and there we go. It's a 2-gate response. Okay, so we're not pulling the boys. We don't pull the workers. We're going into 2 gateways. What does this mean? This means initially zealot production into Adepts. We're gonna have 2 Zealots and 2 Adepts to move out across the map after we deny this expansion. So there's a bit of a give and take going on here, as Shin goes for the gas and pool, has yet to expand. Okay. So Shin will have faster access to Lings. Ling production is going to be available. This means that he can make a queen. He can make a queen across the map potentially to throw down a tumor. It's going to be close. Against 2 Zealots, I don't think we can make the tumor. So it's probably going to be worth canceling instead, as Shin does expand elsewhere. And the hatchery is not cancelled. Okay, so this means we can make Lings. We can make Lings with this larva to get into the main base and maybe pick off a probe. Like 1 or 2 probe kills. Meanwhile, queen has not begun. Yeah, we can't afford a queen here. It would go down. So again, Shin just delaying the expansion for as long as possible. I'm making overlords out of the larva. Love to see it. Overlord's on the way, and we have our tech of choice. Stats going for a Stargate opener. Okay, so 2 gates into 2 Zealots into 2 Adepts with a Stargate with Oracles to support. Just aggression here from Stats. And now what this means is that Shin back at home, ooh, as he's making 6 Lings. Shin back at home, he has to make sure he has enough to defend. Again, 2 Adepts and 2 Zealots, they can wreak havoc across the map. We do cancel all those Lings. Oof, we're forced to be cancelled. Stats moving out. And back at home, we have 1 queen. We have a handful of Lings to defend. Natural base is exposed. Unable to drone. Oh, we're going for the probe. Up! And can we get it? We can! 1 more shot. The probe does go down. Ling speed is on the way, and Shin, he has not been droning. He's banking Lings. We're banking up a massive surge of Lings. And with this, we can shut down the Adepts. At least that's the hope. Adepts, they do not commit to the shade. And we're racing back home. Oh, not quite. Stats still out here on the map. Shin does miss. Oh, does spot the Adepts. Does spot them. And we go for the surround. And not a bad catch here from Shin. Takes down 1 Adept and the others. 2 of them do shade away. Oracle does arrive. Stats, he holds his own. Behind the Shin is droning. Attempting to saturate, taking another base. Still a very tense situation here for both Shin and Stats, where Shin doesn't really have the best economy either. Ooh, as we barely get in 1 more Spore, 1 drone goes down. Did have a Spore trick initially. Wasn't enough, and now we're up to 2 Oracles. Behind this, Stats still on 1 base economy. Stats still recovering himself. And Stats, he continues Adept production. Okay. Back up to 4 Adepts. So 2 Oracles, 4 Adepts. Splitting up between the bases. There is a Spore in the main, thankfully. Queen does rotate over. Oracles hit the 3rd. And they do get 1 drone kill. 3rd Oracle has arrived. And the longer this goes on, I mean, Shinny's stabilizing. Shinny's slowly stabilizing, but now we're back up to 6 Adepts. Uh-oh. There's a lot of Adepts. So we're shading into the main. Queen's under fire. Lings, they go for this round. Don't quite get it. But they do trigger the energy here on these Oracles. Trigger the Pulsar Beam. Energy is wasted. We see Stats behind this going for a Forge and Twilight Council before the 3rd base. Very aggressive from Stats. Delays his 3rd in favor of Tech. So Stats still being very aggressive. Still being in the face of Shin. And we don't quite commit. Not this time. I'm waiting to see if it's a blink or a charge. That's what I'm curious about. Okay, blink. Blink is on the way. And this could be the beginning of a 3-base all-in. This could be Stats getting up to 3-base saturation, throwing down 8 gateways and just sending it across the map. That is viable here for Stats, considering the game state. Shin should have thrown down the Roach Warren by now. No Roach Warren. This is a little bit greedy. Looks like Shin wants to go Ling into Hydra. Otherwise, we should have seen a Baneling Nest or a Roach Warren by now. Lings are going for a counterattack. There's that Baneling Nest, so we are skipping the Roach Warren, which means we're headed into Hydra production. We should be headed into Hydras. Technically, this could also be Muta. It could be Aspire. That is a possibility here for Shin. As he's dancing with the main army, Oracles are moving out. Moving out across the map. There's a Gateway Explosion, 4 stats. Getting up to 6 gates. The Oracles, they will force a cancel. Very nice catch. We deny the 4th. 4th base is denied. Shin still investing quite heavily here into more Lings. Lair just now on the way. Now saturating our gases. Lings unable to be too active, but we're going to have a lot of Lings available here with +1 melee. And with all these Lings and with the would-be Banelings, we can shut down the ground army. We could even threaten the 3rd. We have potential. We have potential for damage here. As we have so many Lings. Getting across the map. Army is spotted. Shin was looking for a 4th. And we can see that we're taking gases. Okay, we're taking gases, we're taking up. Stats is working towards that next step, that next stage. Here come the Lings. Ooh, they get caught out once again. Shin bleeding off a lot of units. At the same time, Ling run by does try to catch these Stalkers. Nice control out of Stats. He pulls away. Stats has been very efficient. And this is where I have to be concerned for Shin. As we have to make these things pay for themselves. We have to make them worth their while. We gotta surround. We shut down the Adepts at least. Some of them. They force the pullback. Hydra production has begun. Stasis not quite connecting. Stasis is baited out. Shin taking the center base. Very exposed hatchery. Can he hold on to it? Shin doesn't have to catch reinforcements. Forcing back the army for a moment. Buying time. Amassing up more Hydras. And the Hydra count looking solid. Did you pick up a queen? Did you manage to catch 3 queens even? But we get the 4th. Stats, he holds on to the 4th base. Can now take a 5th. Getting up, embracing the Ling Hydra. He's on 3 base saturation. We could do with more drones for the time being. We're still on 3 base. We're still on 3 bases. Still on 66 drones. Likewise, Stats has not expanded. Has not taken a 4th. Not yet. Got the Stasis Traps. Laying siege up on the 4th. Stasis Traps are going to be baited out. So the Hydra started stepping forward. Lings across the map. We're going for the Bane Bust towards the 3rd. Bold move out of Shin. And he does break through. He busts into the mineral line. He ignores the perps. He's going for the Nexus. And that's going to be a kill on the 3rd base. Massive pickup. And at the same time, we have plenty of Hydras back at home. And finally, the Lings have paid for themselves. I was concerned. I was like, man, we invested so heavily into all these Lings. They've done nothing until now. 7 probes, a Nexus. Stats now on 2 bases. And Stats, he's in trouble. Is in trouble right now. He's hurting economically. Has an army, sure, but he doesn't have enough to break through. All Shin has to do is hold. All he has to do is defend. Link's still being active. Distracting reinforcements. Again, just leaving the Hydras back at home to defend and using these Links to continue to just harass across the map. Force defensive warp-ins. At a certain point, I would love to see Lings turn around and try to collapse on the army. Speaking of, there we go. Stalkers are being forced away. We can see Shin getting ready for the blink. Yeah, he's coming in from behind. Catching out the army. Hydra's being rallied over as well. And there's no way out of this. We're trapping the Stalkers. The stutter stepping is real. There's no way to reinforce as we focus out of the prison. We deny the warp in. And Stats, he's cornered. There's no way out of this. He's gonna kite his heart out, but he will lose everything. Force the recall. We'll escape with what little is left. And back at home, we at least have disruptors. We have charge lots. But Shin, he's getting up to 4 base saturation. 81 drones. Hive is on the way. Lurker Den as well. Now, Shin won't be able to break his opponents. With 3 disruptors, it's going to be difficult to push into this. But we don't need to break stats. We are just expanding, teching up, working towards Hive, Vipers, Lurkers, Ling Bane. Shin has map control, and he's looking quite comfortable, spreading as much creep as he needs to. Collapsing on the army. Oh, here come the Novas. Not a bad connection. Likewise here as well. Hydras are getting picked off. Expensive losses for Shin. Shin doesn't need to be here. He doesn't need to push in. We can just back off. Stats getting ready for a run by. Shin does recognize that. He pulls back. Shin does retreat. And upon confirming all these disruptors, I feel like we should even prioritize Vipers before the Lurker attack. We'll see. We'll see what we embrace first. As Zealots, oh, they get completely cleaned up. And massive catch on the Zealots. Shin getting ready for a surround. Stats is aware. He pulls back. He rotates around. There it is. Viper production has begun. Vipers are on the way. Solid force fields. Force fields are looking good. Never goes up. No connection. And the force fields are about to run out. Novas, they take down the flanking Hydras. Honestly, not a bad fight out of stats. But it's still not going to be enough. Despite those Novas, we collapse on the main army. 1 disruptor survives. And these Stalkers are so fragile. They're so vulnerable to the Ling Hydra. And stats was all in. Essentially, he was completely all in. There's no 4th base. So we're going for the Prism. Oh, the disruptor first. And the Prism thereafter. Not a bad catch here from stats. Collapses on those Hydras. Shin has to pull back. More expensive losses here for Shin. We have 22 more Lings on the way. Vipers, ooh, getting snipes. Good extension by Shin. But remember, there's no 4th. There's no 4th base. There's no economy behind this. We're stuck on 3 bases. Barely on 3 base economy. As we are running out of resources in the natural and in the main. We're oversaturated. We need an expansion. But stats, he can't afford it. He can't afford a base. If he tried, then he'd just be run over. As stats is all in. Nice splits here against the Nova. And the Lings, they close the distance. They get on top of the Stalkers. Efficient trades by Shin. I mean, even so, like, we don't even need to be efficient. We have a massive economic lead. Drone's getting caught out, at least. The base is spotted. We can go for the 4th, or sorry, the 5th base even. While Shin is still just amassing his army. Lurker production has begun. We collapse on the Stalkers. Efficient trades out of stats. Like, he's blinking quite well against the army, doing what he can. The Vipers can't really do too much here, but the Lunkers have arrived. We have the Lunkers. We throw down the Blinding Clouds, which will protect them. And we clean up the Gateway Army. GG gets called, and Shin takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Shin in control once again. Able to get damage done early on with his, with his proxy hatchery. Able to disrupt the opener of his opponent. And Shin was under a lot of pressure, if you remember. Shin was under a lot of pressure. With stats being hyper aggressive. With his initial adepts. With adepts, with oracles, was keeping Shin pinned back. Eventually, Shin broke out and was able to get into his own Ling Bane aggression, able to shut down the 3rd base of his opponent. Remember, that was a kill on the Nexus with a Ling counter attack. It was a bold move to go for that Ling run by, but it did pay off in the end, considering how heavily Shin invested into those Lings. It did pay off in the end, and it forced that into an all-in that Shin was more than willing to accept and more than willing to defend against. So GG, well played. Shin is now 1 game away from advancing on into the closed qualifier. We're making it out of the Korean qualifier. Again, he's so close, and we'll see if he can pull it off. Meanwhile, Stats, I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for at least a game. I mean, ideally an ace match. I would love to see that. But Stats has been having a hard time. Has been having a harder time. Now we're getting into game number 3. Here we go. Now, as a reminder, if this series does end a little bit faster, then we will be able to jump into the lower qualifying match. We'll be able to jump into Creator versus Bunny. That is an option. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have our South Korean Protoss player. The pressure is on. No more missteps, no more mistakes. One more loss and he is out of the Esports World Cup. Can he fight back? Representing Twisted Minds, it is Stats. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. 1 game away from making it into the closed qualifier. It is Shin. 1 more game is all he needs. Uno más, papi, uno más. And this time, the hatchery is back at home. For the first time this series, there is no proxy hatch. It's going to be a 15-15, 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool. Very safe opener here out of Shin. Very safe play from our South Korean Zerg player. With this is going to be leading into the expansion on location. It means that Stats with this probe will not force the unnatural natural. Typically with the standard hatchery timing, the probe would get here in time to force it to be placed elsewhere at the 3rd base location instead. But again, Stats just going for a very safe build. The downside of this opener from Stats, sorry, I keep saying Stats. The downside of this opener from Shin is no gas. The gas is delayed. It is later than normal, which means that Ling's speed is later than normal, which means Ling aggression is later, and it does mean it's delayed, and Stats can more freely expand and take a 3rd. So we should be seeing a much more passive early game, and we should be able to get into the mid game a little more comfortably for both players, both Shin and Stats. So far, this opener in this game looks like the most standard and the most passive of all games in the series. Which makes sense because we're on Amphion. Like, this map is very defendable, very defendable. Likewise, Stats has the option to expand on the left-hand side. This base is very secure. You have to mine through minerals yourself or knock down rocks to gain access to that location, which can take time. And Stats is going for a Stargate opener. So again, standard opener here out of Stats, going for the Stargate, going for the Oracle, I imagine, into a 3rd. Meanwhile, interesting. Hello, Shin. 3rd base is very secure and how it can be difficult to be aggressive here and to harass. But Shin is already working on these minerals, gaining access to this half of the map to make sure that if Stats did expand here, we'd be there to shut it down. And Shin even takes this 3rd base expansion. Okay, taking the triangular 3rd. Shin, you have my attention. You do have my attention. Adept has arrived. Does get eyes on the 3rd base. Stats is aware. I'll split up his adepts. And there we go. Stats rotating over towards the left. And this may force Stats to expand on the right-hand side instead, as he may not want to expand towards his opponent, towards Shin. Stats at least has control of the mineral line. This mineral line. He has control, so he's going to be able to deny any kind of mining, any faster saturation. That's only a momentary thing here for Stats, as we do shade in. Oracle into the main, and depths towards the natural. We do focus on as many drones as we can. We get 5, 6 drones. Oh my god. Yeah, Shin was not quite ready 6 drone kills. Again, that's the downside of this opener from Shin. Link speed was delayed. It just now finished. And now we're moving out for a counterattack. And what do we have at home to defend? We have no adepts on the low ground. The oracles are busy. And the Links, they will get on top of this Nexus. Can we force a cancel? Adepts, they do morph in. We should be okay. The base is taking a lot of damage, but Links are forced back. Meanwhile, Shin can now saturate his own third. But 6 drone kills earlier, like, that's not insignificant. Sorry, 7 drone kills even. It's not insignificant. Spore not quite ready. Drones are going down once again. Stats getting 3 more workers. Likewise, Oracle's rallying in. Shin having a hard time, forced to throw down a Spore. Does go for the cancel. Shin trying to be as efficient as possible. Only making 2 Spores. 1 in the main and 1 in the natural. Lair is now on the way. Roach Warden was thrown down earlier. And again, we're entering the mid game. Likewise, Stats back at home is safe and sound. And the next step is +1 and Blink Stalkers. We spoke earlier about how, based on the openers, it did look like a much more standard game. That's what we're getting. I mean, Stats was being quite aggressive, that's true. He was being very in the face of Shin. But outside of that, we're entering the mid game. And Shin even taking the center base. Bold move here by Shin, going for the hybrid base. Again, there are 2 hybrid bases on Amphion. We see them on the right and left hand side. They are taken very rarely. Usually a Zerg player would expand on the right hand side and will take the center bases. Instead, would avoid the hybrid base for quite some time. But Shin is being very in the face of Stats here, forcing him to respond. Like, upon seeing this expansion, there's a lot of pressure on Stats to do something about it. A lot of pressure. And we'll see if he can. Meanwhile, we have a Spire on the way. Oh my god, I mean, Muta play and Spire tech is seen a little bit more frequently on this map, on Amphion, because of the rocks, because of these mineral patches. I mean, even here, I spoke about how it's difficult to harass the third base because you have to, like, gain access to this location. Stats hasn't done so. Stats has not mined through these minerals or broken down any of these rocks. And because of that, it's going to be that much more difficult to punish the Zerg. To punish the Zerg for rushing into Muta. Really, there's only one attack path, and that's here on the right-hand side. Towards the natural of all places. And the creep here is looking pretty good. Meanwhile, moving out with some Ling Roach, going to be threatening the 4th. But we can see that Shin is still droning and is banking resources for the Mutas. The Spire has been unscattered. So far, at least. Ooh, Shin does overextend. Now, Lings, they come in to reinforce, collapsing on top of the Stalkers. Blink is done. Lings do get a decent surround. Stalkers are falling, but alas, we will hold. Stats does hold. Shin being forced back. As a reminder, Shin is banking up those Mutas. 8 Mutas on the way. We shut down the Oracle. Stats was being distracted. And back at home, what do we have to defend? Phoenix production has begun. Oh, we have spotted this. Okay. Stats, he hasn't seen the Spire itself, but he does have the Observer. And it's possible the Mutas, they were spotted. Phoenix production has begun. Fleet Beacon as well on the way. Contamination of the gateway. You didn't see that too often. And we'll see if we can keep up. Now, we have enough Mutas to one-shot drones, but we have a cannon and a shield battery in the main. Likewise, cannon shield battery in the third. And the natural is a little bit more exposed. True. Mutas are being caught out. No Muta going down yet. We get the Oracle. Whew. Oracle goes down. We can see Shin transitioning out of Mutas into Hydra Lurker. Bold move here by Shin. It's very gas intensive, but I mean, he's got the center base, so it's been quite greedy, getting up to full base saturation, taking advantage of the high yield minerals, taking and prioritizing gas as well. It's on 10 gases right now. Jesus. Just heavy gas income here for Shin. He needs it. The Hydras. Oh, sorry. Hydras? The High Templar, what I meant to say. We get one. We get two. Two High Templar go down. We force an Archon as well. Very nicely done. The mutas do escape. And again, without those storms, Stats has no pushing power. And that means the Stats, he is delayed. He's pinned back. And we're building up that lurker count. There we go. Lurkers are on the way. Shin has successfully just built up to this and has been so greedy. On any other map, Shin would have been punished. But remember, we spoke about how there's only one attack path for the Protoss. Which means we can focus our attention in one location, building up that lurker count. The mutas buying time, sniping High Templar, still being active. At this point, we can afford to throw these mutas away. Like, Shin is maxed, and these mutas, they're hurting more than anything. So we can free up supply, make more lurkers. Shin doesn't want to waste the mutas, but he's spotted by the observer. Doesn't want to waste them. He wants to trade as efficiently as possible. Muta towards the main. Shin rotating, does catch the army, going for the High Templar. He gets one, he gets two! He gets two High Templar, he gets three, he gets four. Oh my god, he gets every single High Templar! Ay, ay, ay. Lings a hit top right. Stats losing every single spellcaster. No more storms. Does warp in two more High Templar, but alas, they're fresh High Templar. No energy whatsoever. Oh, no storms is what I should say. And Stats, he needs time. It's time to build up. Phoenixes, they do harass across the map. Not bad. Getting 5 drone kills. Hydras are trying to keep up. And I wouldn't be opposed to just Shin moving out. He's waiting for his upgrades. He has a +3 on the way. Lurker range just finished. Ooh. Catch the Phoenixes. Here we go. Shin is in position. Ready for the army. Zealots are spotted and we have to respect them. We have to respond. Zealots being forced back. No Sky just yet. We have a Fleet Beacon. We have +1 air attack. There's no advance on. They don't have adaptive talents. Takes a little bit longer to borrow. Mothership has arrived. Stats, he's still holding his own. Oh my god, it's massive spine shots. We catch out the Stalkers. And we're going towards top right. Stats out of position. Takes so long to rotate around. At the same time, Shin, for a moment, they're going for a split push. Committing on the right-hand side. And the Nexus will fall. And from here, we can just back off. We can just back off, rotate back around. Head towards the center base. Shin taking it slow. Doesn't want to bleed off too much. Now, there are a lot of storms available. Bear that in mind. There's a lot of storms here. 4 stats. 1 lurker gets up behind. We're going for the third. Massive spine shots going off. We do activate the cloak. But we have detection. Big storms on the lurkers. And very nice storms. It looks like we're breaking through the line of lurkers. Shin has to back off. He bleeds out a little bit too much. That was not a fight to take. And now Shin is in trouble. He needs lurkers. As quickly as possible, we need as many lurkers as we can muster. Lurker top right gets shut down. We're investing to Ling Hydra. And there we go. I was like, where are the lurkers? There we go. There's 12 lurkers on the way. Unfortunately, Stats did use all of his storms, so he has no pushing power. I mean, he's moving out now, but did take some time. So work through all this creep. And Shin is getting ready. We have a spread of Hydra Lurker. Still a run by on the right-hand side. Still a run by is going to hit bottom right. Hatchery's going to go down. At the same time, Shin going to keep on pushing. Base is denied. Zealot's headed towards the third. Shin is maxed. Does catch the Phoenixes. Not bad. The army is spotted. And do we turn around? Do we turn back around? Who reacts to who? Top right is under fire. So is center left. Zell stay catch the queens, but the main army, yeah, we're going for the base trade. We don't care. Stats does end up recalling. Does recall in time, but the center base is gonna fall. The Stats getting pulled up hard, so is Shin. Bases are going down. Hatchery's gonna fall, so is the Nexus. Lurkers, they're pushing through. They're making their way towards the third base. Lurkers do spread. Oh, and there's not that many carriers. Only 2 carriers. The Hydras, they work their way through the slow zone just barely. It looks like the Hydras will be cleaned up. They take down 1 carrier. And there's no more anti-air. Stats, he's holding. And across the map, he knocks down base after base. It was a bold base trade out of Shin, but there's nothing left. There's nothing left. Hatches are falling left and right. We didn't have to base trade unless we just had nothing at home. Nothing at home to defend, to protect ourselves. And things going from bad to worse here for Shin. The Stalkers, they got so much done. Again, if Shin had more anti-air, then maybe he would have had a chance, but Shin is falling far behind. And Stats, he saved the northern Nexus. He saved the base, that's all that matters. Stats has an economy, Shin doesn't. Shin is on 1 base. Stats on 2. 1.5. Soon to be 2. And Shin is struggling. Shin is struggling at the moment. Again, it was a bold move to go for the base trade, alas we just didn't have enough at home to defend, to protect our fringe bases. No, a handful of Stalkers in a dream, that's all we needed. That's all Stats wanted. And now Stats, he's just building up a death bull of an army. We've got Storm, we've got Carrier, we've got Mothership, we've got everything we could ever need. Stats is maxed out. And we are looking to make a series out of this. I was concerned it was going to be one-sided. I was concerned it was going to be a 3-0. But it's not. It shouldn't be. Not anymore. Stats has done enough. Here we go, Stats. Now moving out with everything he has. He's just making sure there are no fringe bases, no other expansions. Before going in for the kill. How many Hydras do we have? 3. We have 3 Hydras, 19 Corruptors. Not a bad amount of anti-air. We have +2 air attack. Oh god, that's a lot of Storm. That's at least 3 storms for Stats. Sorry, 6 storms, what I meant to say. I mean, true, there's at least 3. At least 6 storms. As we have 6 High Templar, 3 storms thrown down, and we have more where that came from. Ooh, High Templar are being targeted, but GG gets called. There's just not enough Zerg, and Stats will break through, and we'll put a point on the board. GG. We have a series. We have a series on our hands. GG, well played. Stats fights back, and we have a game 4, at least. And again, if Stats can win this game, we can force an ace match. That's what I hope for, at least. Can we make it all the way to game 5? Let's go. Let us go behind this. Oh, right. I forgot to give a shout out to Chileno. Chileno Singaporean did gift a sub earlier. Did gift a sub to Twitch Guy 225. So thank you so much, Chileno. Likewise, speaking of subs, shout out to Shiva Blaster in the chat for subscribing for 31 months. Thank you so much, Shiva Blaster, for the support. Gracias, papi, gracias. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy all the casting, all the StarCraft. Thank you. Thank you for the support for so long. For 31 months. As we're settling into game 4. We are settling in. And game 4 is going to be on Alkyone. Okay. Another larger map, more macro-oriented as well. What I will say is that it's not as defendable as Amphion. Amphion, you can really cut the map in half and get into this 4 or 5 base setup a little bit easier. Here on Alkyone, I will say that we're prone to getting the map in half as well, but there's potential for earlier game aggression, and we'll see what we embrace. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Fighting back, putting a point on the board, but can we force the ace match? The pressure is still on. It is stats for Twisted Minds. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaimin Gladiators. Still one game away from making it into the closed qualifier for bringing down his opponent and qualifying. It is Shin. Now, as a reminder, this is a qualifier for the qualifier. There are basically regional qualifiers for every single region, and the top players from all these qualifiers make it into a last chance qualifier where only 2 players make it out. So basically we get the best from Korea, from Asia, from Europe, and from Americas. They all come together and they duke it out amongst themselves for those 2 final slots for the Esports World Cup. So very cutthroat, very brutal. Very brutal. See who can make it through, who can qualify. As for now, we are settling in. It is going to be Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener here out of Shin. Likewise, stats going for the gate expand as well. Everything looking as it should for the time being. Looking as it should. I see someone asking in the chat, is it a best of 5? Yes, it is a best of 5, and someone's asking, going to see Bunny versus Creator, potentially. I mentioned before that if this series is fast, if we wrap up with this series before Bunny versus Creator finishes, then we can catch the tail end of Bunny versus Creator, but both qualifying matches are happening at the same time. They are happening and occurring at the same time, as a heads up. So it all depends on how fast or how slow some of these matches are. For now, Stargate opener. Once again, a Stargate opener out of stats. Once again, embracing a more standard style. Getting into Stargate, working towards an Oracle. Meanwhile, Shin expanding, taking his 3rd, and we're settling in. Now, a big reason as to why we see a lot more late game on Alkyone, a couple of different reasons. One of them is the Zonaga. The Zonaga does give you a heads up. It does give you forewarning as to aggression and pushes. Likewise, we have this ramp. We have a ramp leading into the 3rd. We have, likewise, high ground here outside of the natural location as well, so it can be quite difficult to actually break through these locations. Likewise, the 4th base is very secure. The reason why the 4th is so secure on the right hand side is because you have to mine through minerals or break down rocks to gain access to this. Very similar to Amphion in a way. Very similar to Amphion. But on Amphion, it's multiple layers of minerals and stronger rocks as well, so it's that much more difficult on Amphion in that respect. But it can be awkward just pushing towards these fringe bases, and as a result, we've seen a lot of late game. A lot of late game on this map. We'll see if that's going to be the case. See if that continues to be the case here between Shin and Stats, as we were able to embrace a longer game in Game 3. Oracle has arrived. Adepts likewise threatening a shade. So far, so good. Shin able to keep up. It's happily joining. The Adepts are going to commit to the shade, but we have Leagues in position. For the most part, the Adepts, they do get in. One drone goes down, and ooh, we barely get a second drone as well. The Sport Trick, a little bit too late. And 2 drones for 2 Adepts. That was, I would say, a better trade for Shin. Ideally, as a Protoss player, you want to trade better than just 1-to-1, as you are trading out gas. That does trigger the Lynx to move out for a counterattack, as Adepts were just thrown away, but we have 2 more Adepts back at home. At the same time, Oracles, they go for the dive. We are putting Queens in position. And the Queens are ready. Boys are being pulled away. Lynx collapse on the 3rd, but we have another Oracle back at home to defend, and Adepts. So Statsy maintains his 3rd. Meanwhile, we have a Forge and Twilight Counts follow-up, working towards +1 and Blink. Meanwhile, we get 1 drone kill in the main. Nice hold damage there on the Oracle. Shin ready for it. And so far, Shin has done well defending. Likewise, stats building up and getting into the mid game. Getting into our upgrade of choice, +1 already on the way. And my eyes are on that Twilight Council. Do we invest into an upgrade or into a tech structure? There it is. We have Blink. We have Blink from the side of stats. Back across the map. We're headed for the hatchery. Trying to force a cancel on the 4th base. And can we force it? It's going to be close. Up, up. Oh my god. It looks like we do. Just barely. 4th base is canceled. Nice pick off here for stats. Very nicely done. Doesn't either 4th. Going for drone kills. Unable to get too many though. And no drone kills. Just a cancelled 4th base. Which is still good. Is still solid. Meanwhile, Stats, he's taking extra gases, which means we're not going for a 3rd base all in. Stats, instead of going for a gateway explosion, we're going for some more tech. That is a Templar Archives on the way. We're working towards Archons and Storm. Stats is taking up. Lings, they go for a surround, but they get shut down. And Shin getting punished. Shin yet to expand as well. I wouldn't be opposed to double expanding even. Shin needs a 4th. Meanwhile, not going Ling Hydra, is going Ling Roach. So we're investing harder into Roaches. We have an Infestation bit on the way. That's going to be for Hive Tech. Going to be for Adrenal. Oracle does confirm, does get eyes on the tech of choice. On potentially the fast Hive. And again, against Blinkstalkers and against Storm, I'm not too fond of Swarm Host play, for example, so this shouldn't be leading into Swarm Host. Shouldn't be. That shit is building up, finally taking the 4th. Hasn't droned up the hatchery, though. Not yet, at least. Uh-oh. Overlord Speed kicks in, and we're pushing right through the middle. We're going for a big committed push here. We are going all in. I mean, I say all in. We're cutting workers at 73, which is still a decent worker count, but nothing but Lings, Roaches, Ravagers, and Queens are waddling in. And here comes the Sea of Overlords. Spread that creep. Let's go. They're jumping creep all over the place. Queens are coming into play with their transfuse. And stats, are we ready for this? Do we have storms? We do. Storms are available. Overcharge is popped, but it's going to be dialed down. And the overcharge does actually help out quite a bit. Finally gets shut down, but bought so much time. The army has arrived. Files will connect. Boys are being pulled. You avoid most of the piles. And it looks like the 3rd base is being broken. Shin catching Stats off guard. I was getting ready for a longer game. So was Stats. Stats investing into his 4th, investing into side defense, but the 3rd base was the target. GG gets called. Shin catching Stats off guard. Catching me off guard. And he will take the series 3-1, qualifying for the closed qualifier. GG. GG, well played. I thought we were going to be settling into a longer game, but nah, Papi, nah. After canceling the 4th base, Shin, he just doubled down. After his 4th base was canceled, I should say. Shin, he just doubled down. He just massed up Lings, Roaches, Ravagers, went for Roach speed, and did double down. GG, well played. Congratulations to Shin. My condolences to Stats, as this does mean that Shin qualifies and Stats does not. It means that Stats will be stepping out here and will not be a part of the Esports World Cup. And we're getting ready for our next qualifying match. I mentioned before that if our series was faster, then we could jump into Bunny versus Creator. And that is the case. Bunny versus Creator, they're mid-series. And we will be able to jump into that. I just need a moment to set up the scores, because we're jumping into game 3. Oh, I have very little time. Have very little time here. Bam. So Stats gets knocked down. I'm sorry, my apologies. I did just say that Stats is eliminated from the Esports World Cup. That is not true. Stats has another chance in the 3rd place match. So I did misspeak. Top 3 make it out of this. Stats gets knocked down, and he's going to be facing the loser of this series. Bunny versus Creator. The winner qualifies. The loser plays versus Stats. Here we go. So I do apologize. So if you're a Stats fan, he's still in this. Stats is still in this tournament. He's still in this qualifier. He still has an opportunity. And he gets some time to rest. He does get some time to rest here. Up next, game 3 between Bunny and Creator. Bunny is leading the series. Bunny needs one more game to advance on and to qualify. And if Bunny does qualify, that means it's going to be a PvP between Stats and Creator up next. Let's go. Let us go. So we are settling in. And game 3 is on Oceanborn. So I got ahead of myself. I was like, Stats is out of this. No. Still has a chance. Still has a chance. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Blacklist International. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. Here we go. Oh, hello, Bunny. Where are we going? As Bunny is going for his racks back at home, but is sending out a second SCV, or sending out an SCV towards the top left-hand corner of the map. Looks like it's going to be a 2 racks opener. One at home and one proxied, I imagine. Well, never mind. Actually, we could even go for an eBay block. Yeah, that's what we're going for. Yeah, eBay block here at the natural. Let's go. The engineering bay is being thrown down, and that means that the expansion of Creator is going to be delayed. Now, thankfully, he does scout very quickly, and he will pull the boys. The boys are being pulled. The goal here is to force a cancel on this base so we can expand. But this is dealing some quite a bit of economic damage here to Creator. You see him now dropping in the economy and now going in favor of Bunny. eBay is cancelled. Probes are racing back. Speaking of back at home, Bunny going for an economic opener. It's going to be a racks into expansion, at least an attempted expansion, but Creator is here to be as annoying as possible to delay the CC. CC is delayed. There we go, now being thrown down. So economic opener out of Bunny. Likewise, Creator going for a bit of a disrupted opener himself. But we're settling in. Also, I have to pay out predictions, of course. So I have to pay out those predictions. So we are settling in. Now, we missed out on game 1 and game 2, so if you're in the chat, if maybe you saw some of these earlier rounds, some of these earlier games between Creator and Bunny, then, give us some insight. I would appreciate it. Would appreciate some insight there, as we are just going to be settling in. Factory follow-up. Marine production. Now, the downside for Bunny with this build is there's no SCV scout, and there's also no Reaper scout. So we actually don't really know what Creator's up to. Creator, he could be going for a Robo opener, Twilight Council, Stargate, right? There's a lot of possibilities here for the Protoss. We can see that it's a Twilight Council. Bunny is going to be in the dark a little bit longer. At least until he gets into his Hellion. There we go, Hellion's on the way. This Hellion is not designed to get damage done, it's designed to scout. It's designed to move out across the map and ideally just break through and just go for a dive into a mineral line or dive into the main and get a read on what's going on. As it should be a blink opener from Creator. Gateways are on the way. 2 gateways at the natural, 1 gateway in the main. It's going to be 3 gate blink from our Protoss. Very safe opener from Creator. Very safe. And meanwhile, that is another Axe. Okay, so 1-1-1 into another Axe. We spoke about the Hellion. You can see the Hellion immediately just goes across the map. Just trying to get some kind of scouting information. Likewise, Hallucination doing the same. Does confirm the production. And Bunny is setting up for a mine drop. Okay. Let's set up for a mine drop. Meanwhile, we have some good SimCity here across the map. Walling up. Robo's on the way. Yeah, just 3-gate blink into a Robo, into a third. Hellion tries to go in. Alas, Creator's in position. Hellion is zoned away. And the Hellion does get eyes on the gateway, so we should be feeling pretty certain it is a blink-based opener, not something like a Stargate. The Widow Mine drop is coming in. Once again, the goal with the Widow Mine drop is to scatter our opponent, get a read on what's going on, and get some damage done. A little bit. Let's see what we can get done. Widow Mines are dropped into natural. Mine shot's going off. Creator does pull away in time. Does react. Only losing 2 probes. Meanwhile, Creator is going for initially the third base, followed by the bait. It's going to be a bait after the third. Teching up and getting ready for Colossus production, I imagine. Getting ready for that splash damage. And Creator across the map building up towards his own stim timing as well. So nothing too crazy. There's going to be a stim timing with +1. This does not look all in. Bunny can still take a third base behind this. So we'll keep an eye on the expansions of Bunny to see if he expands or if he doubles down. Nice catch on the Adept. Very nice stutter stepping. But really what I'm waiting to see is whether we throw down a third command center or 2 more Raxes. See if Bunny doubles down or not. Hallucination is looking for the same thing. Creator also trying to get a read on what's happening here with the economy. Alas is going to be zoned away. Going for a stronger dive here. Not seeing much else. Double drop is moving out, and it looks like, yeah, here comes the SCV, here comes the third. So Bunny is expanding. Army is moving out. We have a double drop on one end, we have the army move out towards the other. The observer doesn't quite confirm the third base. Oh, that mine drop is still being active. We come back in. Uh-oh. A bit of a later reaction. We get 1 probe kill, 2 probes, 4 in total. At the same time, double drop going back into the main. There's not much to respond, actually. We do have a Colossus at the third, but the main base is vulnerable. We don't save the Widow Mines, but we do dive in. And we're going for the Bay. Uh-oh. And the Bay is going to be shut down. No extend double lance. We deny the upgrade. Massive pickup. And the upgrade is denied. And we really just distracted the main army. We pick up. We get the hell out of there. At the same time, we hit the third. And we have force fields, but it's not good enough. Mine shot's going up. But with the help of the overcharge, yeah, we defend. The overcharge will hold the line. Did cost us 6 probes. But we hold. We defend. And that's what's important. Creator does survive this, does defend. We can see Bunny pulling back. Going for another drop. We have a drop towards the natural, and we go back into the main. And make us target it down. Do manage to unload, but we do have plenty of slow loads here to defend. Alas, they're this slow, papi. Charge just now kicking in. And we're going for the Colossus. Uh-oh. Big loss. Colossus goes down. Stalkers as well. At the same time, we drop back into the natural. We're pulling Creator apart. Ay, ay, ay. He's having a hard time keeping up. Mine shots go off. Big connections on the Zealots. And we're going for the Robo. And we're going to get it. The Robo gets sniped. The Bay as well. The Bay was rebuilt, at least, thankfully. We deny the fourth, and Creator, he's just being pulled apart. Left and right, Bunny is becoming too much for him. Now, Bunny will pull back. It looks like the aggression has subsided, but the damage was done. And Creator, he's down to 1 Colossus, he's down to an Immortal. He barely has a standing army. His economy is looking okay, that's what I will say. He's on 64 probes. But Bunny has the economic lead. Essentially, Bunny has a comparable worker count plus mules. Not just that, with that better economy, we have Viking production, we have a Ghost Academy. Ghoster on the way. Bunny looking quite secure on 3 bases, and his army is looking terrifying. Creator needs time. Creator needs time to recover. We need to be able to establish the 4th base, deny the drops. A lot of this is going to come down to the map awareness and map control of Creator to be able to keep up with these move outs. Observer's repositioning. And the Observer does get eyes on the army at least. Creator going to be able to respond. Bunny still building up back at home, only moving out with the drop. Again, Creator does have eyes on this. Is aware. Bunny going to be committing. The scan will miss the Observer. Very nice repositioning out of Creator. The main army is spotted. Creator, he knows to reinforce, to warp in. Second Colossus on the way. Still no extended thermal lance, which is terrifying. Now we will have an overcharge, but is it enough? Because here come the Vikings, here come the EMPs. Yeah, massive EMP on the army. The first Colossus goes down. And now we're down to 1. 1 remaining Colossus. And with the help of these Vikings, it falls as well. Yeah, 0 Colossus left. I say that, here comes the 3rd. 3rd Colossus has arrived. No more Vikings. We can hold. We can try at least. Try and pull off this defense. Meanwhile, Bunny's still rallying across the map, making more Vikings. Going for the Colossus, does focus it down. Ay. And the reason for this is, again, there's no range. There's no range for the Colossus. So they were vulnerable. EMP on the sentries, no force fields, no overcharge, no shield batteries, no static defense, no nothing. Just a gateway army. And it's not going to be enough. Bunny's looking to break through. And he's looking to make it into the closed qualifier without dropping a map here against Creator. And looking very strong, very impressive. Another Colossus does come out in time, but we have a massive minefield. How do we push in? We don't. Oof, not easily. The Vikings have arrived. More mines just going off on the Zealots. And you can see Bunny snowballing out of control. GG gets called, and Bunny will take the series 3-0, qualifying for the closed qualifier. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Bunny will take it. And with that, we have 2 players qualified for the closed qualifier already. We have Bunny and Shin. And we have room for 1 more. We have room for 1 more player. It's going to come down to a Protoss. The balance is real. We had 1 Zerg, 1 Terran, and we'll have 1 Protoss. 1 of each race making it into the closed qualifier from the Korean region. It's going to be it's going to be Bunny versus... Sorry, it's going to be Creator versus Stats. Creator versus Stats coming up next. Let's go. Let us go. The vetoes are underway. And it's going to take some time. I'm sure both Creator and Stats, they want a moment to breathe and they want some time to themselves. So we're going to be going on a small break to give them that time. To get those vetoes underway, to take a moment, take a breath. Again, the Esports World Cup, it is the new World Finals. It is the World Finals of the year of 2024. Even 2023, actually. Has been moved from IM Katowice. It all comes down to the Esports World Cup, and it's now the most important tournament for all these players. All it does come down to this. One last shot. One last chance for both Stats and Creator. So we will be going on that break. As a reminder as well, the European qualifier is in a couple of hours. Let me just double check. Is in 4 hours time. So we have 4 hours to cast this series, to recover, and then to jump into the European finals as well. Or the European qualifier. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have this PvP. I say short break, it looks like it's going to be an extended break. Our players are asking for a little bit more time here to rest and to recuperate. They're asking for 10 minutes. So I'm going to be putting a 10-minute timer on at the moment. I'll put on a 10-minute timer. So it's going to be at least around 10 minutes, and yeah, that means you have some extra time. You have some extra time here to yourself. Get some food, get some snacks, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, tuck in your tempest, and cuddle your colossus. When we come back, we'll have the final qualifying match. See you guys in 10 minutes. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended break here, but we did just need some time to get ready for our final qualifying match of this Korean qualifier. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2024 South Korean Open qualifier. We already had 2 players make it through into the closed event. We did have Bunny alongside Shin, a Terran and a Zerg, and now we have room for a Protoss. One of each race. The balance. It's beautiful, Pappy. It's beautiful. But there's only enough room for 1 player. Only 1 spot left. It all comes down to this final series of the qualifier, this final PvP, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Stats. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Protoss, the Blue Protoss, representing Blacklist International. It is Creator. Here we go. So we did hear earlier that, of course, the timer is blocked currently by the overlays. These are overlays that we were provided with. The overlays will be updated for the European qualifier. So once we wrap up with the Korean qualifier, in between the Korean and the European qualifier, we'll be updating the overlays, and we will be allowing for the timer to be shown. As a heads up, timer will soon be shown. All good. But now we're settling in. It's going to be a double gate opener here out of Stats. Just 2 gate opener into Aggression. Meanwhile, Creator cutting corners, going for a gate expand. Bold move. A bold move by Creator. Again, he's going for the gateway into Cybercore, into a Nexus. Now, we have gone for a second gas. Bear that in mind. So what does this mean? With a 2 gas opener, this means that Creator has the option to go for a Stargate before the expansion, just to be a little bit safer. So if Stats responds with a 1 base all-in, then Creator can respond with Void Ray production to help survive and get into his 2 base setup and get into Immortals and pull off a defense against an all-in. So we have the option to go for the Stargate. Meanwhile, Stats, he is on the low ground. He does confirm that there's only 1 gateway, so Stats, he's aware of the more economic potential that Creator is going for. So Creator's being greedy, Stalkers are on the way, and Stats has the option to double down and go for an all-in to try to punish Creator. Yeah, Probe Scout will confirm getting into the main. We spoke about it because of the double gas. There we go, Stargate is on the way first, followed by the expansion. So Gate, Cyber into Stargate, into expand from Creator. A nice pylon block will delay the expansion back across the map. Stats has to make a choice. Do we throw down a 3rd gateway in a robo, or do we throw down an expansion instead? We're expanding. Looks to be the case here for Stats. And Epson moving out across the map. The goal here is to harass, to try to get some economic damage done. Expansion soon to be on the way. Creator is the first to expand. Stats not too far behind. Meanwhile, I should also say predictions. Predictions are open. Predictions are open. I forgot to mention it. I should type in the chat. Predictions open. Predictions are open, so you can place your bets. Upon hearing this message, I think predictions have already closed. So best of luck with your gamba, with the bets that were placed. Best of luck. As the Oracle has arrived, zoning away the Zedeps. And so far, Stats hasn't really done much damage here. Has not accomplished much. As we do force a recall, 1 adept goes down, and Creator defends. Creator gets away with more economic start. Ooh, Creator was forced to finish the shield battery. Ay. Bit of a slip up here from Creator. Has to knock it down. Now, because Stats did not go for the Stargate, he's going for a faster Twilight Council, working towards Blink. Creator, he is slightly behind here in his own Blink timing. But he's on the way. Oracle so far finding no damage. Stats is in position. 2 Stalkers in the main, 2 Stalkers in the natural. We have sentries as well. And so far, we are holding our own. The game is calming down at least a little bit. Second Oracle has arrived. And now we can one-shot. We can one-shot workers, one-shot probes. We can get a little bit more damage done. It is a big commitment here for Creator to invest into 2 Oracles, but as we mentioned, we can one-shot workers, so we can still make this worth our while. Stalkers in position, we do get 3 probe kills. Oh my god, 3 probes for 1 Oracle, that is not a worthwhile trade here. Creator, He did fly too close to the sun, did not respect the positioning here of Stats. And Stats does defend. And this opener has not been worth it for Creator. Not yet. I should say the tech. The Stargate wasn't quite worth it. Creator, I mean, he's up in workers because of his faster expansion. He has 40 workers compared to the 37 of his opponent. So a slight economic lead. But Stats is a faster third base to make up for that. Faster third base here for Stats. We'll get up and running that much sooner. Creator trying to keep up. Getting into his own Forge, into his own Gateway. Blinkstalker versus Blinkstalker. We're getting into the mid-game. Working towards the mid-game here. We are working towards it. And yeah, until then, we're just settling into our 3-base setup. Into our 3-base economies. Oracles being active just to try to get some extra damage done, or scouts. I mean, there's still potential for damage with this Oracle, thankfully. But doesn't quite get much done. Especially with Blink, it's going to be that much more difficult to get some probe kills. At least have the stasis back at home. And for now, both players are committed into a gateway composition. We can see Stats doubling down, working towards charge. Creator has yet to invest into his own charge, but I imagine it's on the horizon. Again, very common to go into charge ults, then into Archons from there. Or we could decide to double down and go Mass Blink Stalker. That's also an option. We have options, man. We have options. Okay, we're going for charge. We are going to be incorporating some charge. For those that are curious as to why, when it comes to Stalker versus Stalker, I mean, they're very micro-intensive, that is true, and they can do a lot of damage, but they're also vulnerable. They're vulnerable to Lings in PvZ, and Zealots likewise as well. Zealots, they do a great job at closing the distance, getting on top of Stalkers and swiping away at them. Because of the attack rate of Stalkers, they are vulnerable to the swipes of Zealots, and that is why when we get a high enough Zealot count, we need to incorporate Archons. And there we go. Temple Archives is on the way for Stats for that Archon production. Archons, they take a lot of hits because of their shields, and they also do splash damage. They're ideal against Zealots. So once the Zealot count gets high enough, then both players should be working towards Archons, then both players should be investing into Immortals to help focus down the Archons, and then we head into Disruptor production. Now, some players like to rush into Disruptors sooner, but we can see that neither player has taken that step. Both players are going towards Archons. Neither player has gone into a Bay. So no one is rushing into Disruptors, no one is going Phoenix, for example, or going Pure Stalker. Zealots have warped in, we're knocking down the Rux. And Creator does get eyes on this. We'll pull back. So far the Blinks are solid, no one losing anything. Reinforcing Zealots have arrived. The armies are quite comparable with each other. Creator already getting one Immortal, but likewise Stats working on his own as well. Building up that Immortal count. Creator setting up. Additional shield batteries on the way, stasis traps as well. He is working towards those traps. And Stats is going to be rotating around. He doesn't find a way in yet. Again, as we mentioned before, the army sizes are quite comparable with each other, and I mean that does mean that the defender does have that extra bonus, that extra advantage of stasis traps, shield battery, overcharge. It's going to take a lot to break this position. And Stats, he doesn't like what he sees, he backs off. Backs off, rotates around, getting a fourth, getting it up and running. Building up more Immortals and Archons, I imagine. And yeah, we're just entering a much more passive game one for the PvPs. Just a lot more passive here, just building up, a lot of posturing as well. Passive maybe not the best word for it, but no one's committed. Not yet. As I say that, Stats does trigger the first stasis, but oh my god! A massive stasis here on the Stalkers and the Zealots, and that's go time. Creator, he does pull the trigger. He knows that he has momentum on his side. Takes down the Observer, chasing down the Prism as well. And Stats, he's in trouble. Time working as Creator, though. That Sage Trap about to run out. And yeah, we're breaking through. We break through the first line of Zealots. We're getting on top of the Prism. The Prism goes down. Sage Trap did run out, but the damage has been dealt. Creator swallowing up the first army, and now there's only half the army left. Yeah, Stats, he's hurting so much. One wrong move is all it takes here in StarCraft. One misstep, one mistake, and that can be game. And in a mirror matchup especially, it's so much more unforgiving. And Creator, yeah, snowballs out of control. GG gets called, and Creator takes game number 1. GG. That was brutal. Just an insane stasis. One Creator of the game. Unfortunately, Stats, he was unaware of the second stasis trap. He triggered one, but didn't trigger the other. And, yeah, it was a one and done there. Everything very quickly snowballing and escalating so quickly. And with that, Creator takes a lead. Creator is one step closer to qualifying, but it's a best of 5. Plenty more games ahead of us. And to be honest, if it wasn't for that one stasis trap, it wasn't for that rough moment, then I mean, we would have most likely seen a longer game. Things were quite close between both the players. Things were still very back and forth. There was no clear big advantage for either Stats or Creator. So it would have been going either. It could have gone either way if we had avoided that. I'm fighting back a sneeze. Fighting the sneeze back. Fighting the sneeze. With that, GG. GG, we're getting ready for that second game. Oh my god, and we're already loading in. Are loading in. Just make sure we have everyone. Yeah, we're good, we're good. And game 2 is going to be on Alkione. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, I hope everyone in the chat has been enjoying themselves. I know it's been, it's going to be a long day today. This lovely evening. Embracing one qualifier followed by the other. I appreciate that we don't have like a trifecta. It's not like Korea into Europe into NA. Like that would be brutal. It's just Korea into Europe, and then we can sleep. Then we can sleep, and then tomorrow is the Americas and Asia. But here we go. We're jumping into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds down in the series. But I don't think game 1 was really too indicative of anything major. Here was just one small misstep, and we can recover. It's okay. We have Stats for Twisted Minds. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Blacklist International. It is Creator. Let's go. We're getting into that second game. Again, Creator and Stats were very neck and neck in game number 1 until the stasis. Like, the reality is at that end of the game. Then and there, the game did end. It was just a massive moment in favor of Creator, and was able to just capitalize on that so quickly. Well, now we're settling into game 2, and I can definitely see this going the distance. I can see this being back and forth. I want to believe that Stats can fight back, as this time it's going to be a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Creator, 2-gate opener out of Stats. We are settling in. And no one is rushing into any kind of greedy start here, like we did in the previous game. Not this time. Not this time, as for now it's going to be double Adept out of Creator. Interesting. Meanwhile, we have double Stalker out of Stats. The way this works is that, of course, Creator is going to be looking to zoom across the map and get economic damage done. 2 Adepts do one-shot probes. Meanwhile, double Stalker, if they encounter the Adepts, the Stalkers, they will win in a head-to-head fight. Stalkers do have a lot more DPS potential, a lot of damage potential. And likewise, we can follow this up with additional Stalkers and move out across the map and apply pressure and try to snowball out of control. Meanwhile, that is going to be a 3rd and 4th Adept on the way. We could even double down and go into a 5th and 6th Adept as well. Just go Mass Adept. See how aggressive a Creator wants to be. Adepts, they skirt around the edge of the map. They avoid the Zelnaga, which means Stats misses the army. Creator is slipping in. We will find a sentry. 2 even. Stats racing back. We do end up walling up. Do wall off. 1 Adept does get in. Just the 1 though. Remember, it takes 2 shots. We get 1 probe. And can we get a second? Up! Oh my god, just barely not. Adept will shade out. And we did double down. That is a 5th and 6th Adept on the way. Just mass Adept here from Creator. Mass aggression. Does have to respect those Stalkers. Will threaten another shade. Not quite committing this time. And back at home, we are just working towards our tech of choice. It's going to be a Robo Opener out of Creator. Meanwhile, Stats going for a Twilight Council into Blink. So Stats will have map control. He will have a more mobile army with Blink Stalkers. Meanwhile, Creator instead will have the potential to go into a Prism to send these Adepts right into the main base, right into the mineral line. Likewise, we have Immortal Production as well. The Adepts have made it. Hallucination Scout does confirm the Robo, so Stats, he's fully aware of the potential of a War Prism. Speaking of the War Prism, there it is. War Prism's on the way. And we commit to the shade. Oh my god. We focus on as many workers as we can. That's going to be 6 probes falling. Not just 6, we're going for another. Force fields are thrown down. We do shut down a good portion of these Adepts, but the damage is still done. 8 probes fall. Aye, aye, aye. And that was merely the first step, the first wave. Now, what is scary, we've been spending a lot of supply harassing. Meanwhile, Stats has been building up an army. Stats, he has a death blow of an army right now, moving out across the map, and Creator, he barely has anything left. Remember, he's been focusing on harassing. He's been spending his supply to harass. Not on a main army, not on a fighting force. And here we go, the Stalkers have arrived. Shield Battery is about to finish up just in time. We need force fields. We're gonna need those force fields. We need to try to slow down the push. Stats. Ooh, trying to bait out those force fields as well. He commits! He commits in. He does focus on the shield battery. No overcharge. And the boys have to be fooled. Alas, the force field's working against Creator. Does Mineral walk past? Does rush past. The Immortal has arrived, and we can clean this up completely. Very nicely done. The Immortal does shut down every single Stalker. We only lose 3 probes. And meanwhile, across the map, here come those Adepts. And this is the beginning of a 2-base all-in. We have a 3rd gateway. We should be getting up to 4 gates. Yep, there we go. We have a 4-gate setup. Glaives, Immortals, 2-base all-in out of Creator. But before we can embrace it, we have Adepts in the mineral line, in the main. And Stats, he saw the Robo Opener earlier. He should have been aware, but alas, he's not ready. GG gets called. Not ready for this. Not ready for the Adepts. And Creator will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Bobby. Oh my god. GG, well played. Creator does take a lead here. Again, he was able to shut down the aggression of Stats and able to completely clean up the Stalker army. There was potential. There was definitely potential there for Stats to break the natural, but the Immortal came in just in time. We did buy enough time by pulling the boys, and we barely lost any workers. And again, Stats was out of position towards the end there. He was not ready for Adepts in the mineral line. Not ready to lose even more workers. And with that, Stats forced to tap out. And I mentioned before that I was hoping for a back and forth. I was hoping for a longer series, but Creator, he needs one more. One more game here to take it all. To win it all. And to make it into the closed qualifier. He's so close. He is so close. And we'll see if the series ends here and now in Game 3, or if Stats can fight back. And I want to believe he can, but will he? It's a lot of pressure on Stats at the moment. A lot of pressure. Again, we did mention that there's only one qualifier for each region. That's how brutal the EWC is, the Esports World Cup. Only the best of the best. It's very cutthroat. And, alas, in this one qualifier, we've already had Shin, we've already had Bunny. Stats got knocked down by Shin earlier. Creator got knocked down by Bunny, and now against each other, Creator has the edge. He has the advantage. And we'll see that continues to be the case. See if that does continue. Meanwhile, shout out to, I see Dash in the chat. Let's go. Creator's teammates. Shout out to Blacklist International, the Blacklist boys. See Pecoeta as well. Good morning, good morning. Here we go. We're jumping into that third game. Potentially the final game of the series. I hope it isn't. You know, I'm hoping that we can extend this a little bit longer and have a longer back and forth, but it's not up to me. It's up to Stats. Up to Stats to turn it all on here and now. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. He needs your energy, he needs your support in the chat here and now to make a series out of this. One more loss and he's out of the tournament. Representing Twisted Minds, it is Stats. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the other South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Blacklist International. One more game is all he needs to qualify for the closed qualifier. It is Creator. Let's go. Let us go. As we're going to be loading into Golden Aura, we have potential to go for a more economic opener here. We could go for a gate expand. For now, double gas openers all around. It's looking like 2 gates. Looks like a 2-gate opener here from Stats and Creator. Looks like something more standard. So we are going to be embracing that second gateway. There we go. 2 gateways from Stats, 2 gateways from Creator. Now, we've seen that Creator's been quite fond of Adept aggression. We've seen both in Game 1 and in Game 2, Adepts initially from Creator. We'll see if that continues to be the case. Meanwhile, Creator, where are we headed? Where are we going? Both Creator and Stats moving out with their probes. And it looks like we're both going for a fake proxy pylons. You can see Stats throwing his own down towards the top right-hand corner. Meanwhile, Creator throwing his down just outside the main. So the way this works here is that the second pylon is going to be hidden. Probe scouting is very common in PvP, and if your second pylon is missing, the chances of there being a proxy is quite high. Oh, and actually we're going to commit. My apologies, this should be a Stargate, right? Cybercore is done. Yep, Stargate opener out of Stats. Creator, what are we going for? As Stargate opener out of Creator, mirrored build so far. Now, the reason why this should have been Stargate, and it is because we're not actually too close to the main bases. We're close by air, but not really by ground. So, again, it's just a way to harass. Meanwhile, we scout the proxy. Stats does get eyes on the Stargate. He's fully aware. That should trigger a shield battery response in the mineral line. Yeah, Stats is going to rotate back around. And meanwhile, Creator is in the dark. Stalker has arrived, and the probe scout is denied. Nice pick off. Stats could go Phoenix. Yep, I'm loving this choice. Phoenix first here out of Stats. Now, because both players went Stargate, we should be seeing Oracles. And it would have been double Oracle. Or Oracle out of Stats, Oracle out of Creator. But last, because we are aware of the Stargate, we can go Phoenix and we can camp the production. We can camp this Stargate and shut the Oracle down and snowball out of control. Yeah, the Stalkers have arrived. Very good start here for Stats. He will shut this down, or at least he should. The first Oracle will warp in. But what can we get done? Meanwhile, across the map, Creator does arrive. Knocks down the probe, pushing in towards the main. Stats not quite in position. Oracle moves out, is under fire. Meanwhile, across the map, Stalkers, they do bust in. They break down the front door. They threaten to dive. We think better of it. Yeah, we're going to turn back around. With all these Phoenixes, the problem is that we can lift. We can lift the Stalkers, one after the other. You can see Stats, he's hunting down the army of Creator. He's looking for it. Hunting down these Stalkers. Creator, he does waddle away. And does escape. Okay, he will escape. Meanwhile, we did invest into the shield battery in the main. A bit of overkill, but did throw it down just in case. Back at home, Creator going for a robo opener instead. He's going for the robo. Phoenix as they pick off one probe so far. Just the one probe taking a bit of hull damage. Not too much, not yet. The Oracles head towards the main. Creator is keeping up. Is it keeping up so far? But Stats does that position. Gets 3 probes in the main. Very nicely done. And back at home, we're working towards our next step. Twilight Council. We have a Twilight Council on the way. Forge as well for +1 for Blink. Meanwhile, Creator, no Twilight Council yet. Could be investing into Immortals and +1. Speaking of Immortals, Stats is the first to make his own. So Stats honestly is in a really nice position. He's able to get extra economic damage done. You can see here 5 probe kills so far. He shut down the Stargate, shut down the Oracle. Creator just wasn't able to make use of his own Oracle at all. Stats still threatening these mineral lines with those Phoenixes. And Creator's in a rough position. He's in a very rough position here. Taking it faster. Okay, that's a way to catch up. Interesting. So Creator is going to be playing very defensively, actually. And the way this works is, remember, there's no Twilight Council, there's no Blink, there's no upgrades to be active on the map. We should just be taking a third base, probing up, and getting into Immortal production. I'm a little bit surprised, no Immortals yet. Stats not too far behind with his own third. Not too far. Phoenix is coming back in. Creator is keeping up. For now. He is able to keep up. And I still want to give the edge to Stats here. Like overall, like he's just been a little bit more successful with his army, with his opener, with his build. And we're still not done. We get another 2 probes. 2 more probes go down. All 3 Phoenixes do escape. They do all get away. Creator just having a hard time pinned back at home. Has been stuck defending, but even in doing so is struggling. Struggling to defend. See Creator trying to catch that, trying to catch these Phoenixes. So far unable to. Creator investing now into Temple Archives. No upgrades, by the way. What I mean by that is there's no Blink or no Charge. We're just going Immortal Archon instead. Just very defensive. Very defensive style here at a Creator. Very tech heavy. Not very mobile, what I should say. It's a very immobile army here from the Blue Protoss. Meanwhile, Stats taking up as well. That's 3 Immortals already. My god, it's quite an amount of Immortals. Getting into a 4th. The first to take a 4th. Stats looking to get further ahead. Does threaten another probe. Doesn't get it. And now we see Creator expanding. It's quite a late expansion here from Creator. He just saw the 4th base of his opponent. So more of a reactive 4th. Still building up. Phoenix is rotating over. They will get eyes on this. They will get eyes on the expansion. We're going for feedbacks. Not well. They're coming in. Not too bad. We do feedback all 3 Phoenixes. But they all still survive, is the problem. They'll survive, they recall back home. And does stats push is the question. He's up 20 army supply. Well, just over 10, really. But what do we have to work with? Comparing the armies, we have an even Immortal count. We have an even Archon count as well. But Stats has 13 charge lots. And Creator has yet to invest. Still no charge. Working with slow lots instead. Creator is up in upgrades, but that's now about to change. We have +4 attack for both players. And Stats pushing in. And Creator's been playing catch up. He does quite well against the Zealots, but the first Archon goes down. He would focus down the shield, but he focus down at that overcharge. We deny it. Nice juggling here from Creator, but he's being forced back. There's just an overwhelming army. Stats, he knocks down the 4th base. And you can see the Creator he cannot keep up. He cannot hold the candle to this army. The Phoenixes, they come into play. We pick up the Immortals. GG gets called, and Stats will fight back, putting a point on the board. GG. GG, well played. A very rough start for Creator. The initial proxy did fall in its face. The proxy Oracle didn't do much at all, and likewise the Phoenixes just took advantage of Creator. They shut down the Oracle, they crippled the economy, they allowed Stats to look very comfortable and very in control of Game 3. And with that, Stats puts a point on the board. Let's go. We're bouncing back. We're bouncing back. We have a series here, and this could still go either way. As Creator is still 1 game away from winning, meanwhile Stats 1 game away from forcing an ace match. Oh, let's go. We are going to be getting ready here. And the question becomes, what is our map of choice and what openers do we go for as well? You know, Creator was trying to be cheeky with the proxy Stargate. I imagine no more proxies out of Creator. Stats could take a risk. He could take a risk and go for a proxy of his own. Is possible. Is possible here. And we do have our lobby. It looks like we're going to be loading into Ghost River. Oh my god. What were the vetoes? Okay, bold move. We're getting into Ghost River here of all maps. A very aggressive map, very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored here. Do we go for a proxy? Do we go for a 2-base all-in? I'm leaning towards... I wouldn't be surprised if Creator goes for Immortal Glaives again. If he does it again. If you recall, it was a build that he did embrace on Alcyone. He actually didn't quite get into it. Glaives didn't even finish because the game ended before we got into our 2-base push. But it's something that we see quite often on this map. Now, Blue Protoss has already shown that he's willing to embrace that, but here we go, we're getting into our next game. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our South Korean Protoss player putting a point on the board, making a series out of this. He still needs your support in the chat, representing Twisted Minds. It is Stats. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, 1 game away from qualifying with a closed qualifier representing Blacklist International. It is Creator. Let's go. Let's us go. As we do have our Probe Scout moving out for Creator. Hold on, just... Cleaning my glasses. I can't see. I can't see. Here we go. Probe Scout here from Creator is going to be confirming the opener of choice. It's going to be 2 gateways here out of Stats. Likewise, 2 gate out of Creator. Checking our vision stats is just now moving up with his own probe, just at a more regular timing. And Creator, he's looking for the pylon. He's looking for that second pylon, making sure that it is not going to be proxied. And as we can see, it's going to be at home for both players. Stats coming in with his own probe, with his own scouts. There's a pylon next to the gas for Creator. Likewise, pylon next to the gas for stats as well. So this time there is no proxy, there is no Stargate. Both players are aware. Just because there's no proxy does not mean there's no all-in potential. There definitely is. On a map as small as Ghost River. We shall see. As Stalkers are morphing in. It's going to be double Stalker out of stats, double Stalker out of Creator. There's a lot of aggressive potential here with both players. We could go to a third and fourth Stalker behind this and just double down and just send that across the map. The pylons do indicate an expansion, but we could try to fake out our opponents. Stats going for the probe block, so does Creator. Both players go for their blocks. And Creator, he's actually going for his tech first, going for a Stargate. Stargate opener out of Creator. Probe is shut down. Ooh, for both players. And the pylon finishes. Okay, big delay here for Stats. Stats, he's got resources, he's got gas, he's got minerals, but the last it looks like Stats, he wants to expand. Does want to expand. Stalker, they knock down the pylon. Nexus has been thrown down for both players. Creator even faster than that of Stats, but Stats has the higher Stalker count. He has Stalkers to work with. He's moving out across the map. Creator has the high ground. Stats does not push up the ramp. Not yet. Hoping to catch out any stray units. Stutter stepping forward. At the same time, Creator coming in from behind. He does avoid those Stalkers. And he's headed for the natural, going for a probe scout. A follow-up probe scout even. We'll get eyes on the sentries, the Stalkers, the expansion. Creator confirms. He confirms there is an expansion, and now here come the Oracles. Oracles, they make their way across the map. Last we're in position. As Stats was ready for this, he did not quite see the tech, but he was playing it safe. 2 Stalkers in the main, and 4 Stalkers at the natural. The Oracles aren't getting any damage done yet, but it was a double Oracle opener out of Creator. Does get 1 probe. And gets a second probe as well. Blink not quite done. Not a bad start, 2 probe kills so far. But we're hoping for more. I mean, hey, we saw in Oceanborn how well Oracles can really be for you with those stasis traps. Did win Creator of the game on Oceanborn, so definitely don't underestimate them. As the aggression has not subsided, both Oracles join forces. We have 2 Adepts threatening a shade. We do get into the main! Aye, not quite in position. No denial. 2 probes go down. We're going to get a third. Can we get a fourth? Oof. Might be able to. We do. We get 4 probe kills so far. Meanwhile, Oracles, they hit the natural, but we are in position. Stats does affect the Oracles, but he bleeds out 4 probes in the process, and Creator takes a lead. Creator takes a worker lead. In position, both players, they expand, they take third bases. Third base for Stats, third base for Creator. As both players are working towards a blink. And I do appreciate as well that, especially because blink is done, the Oracles for Creator, they race back home and we're just throwing down stasis traps. Just have our stasis trap set up instead. Ready for the aggression. Likewise, Creator setting up a proxy location to warp in across the map. Forge is on the way. Interesting that Creator has not invested into his own Forge, so Stats will have an upgrade lead. Double, oh my god, double Forge, double upgrades, okay. Stats doubling down. +1 attack is on the way, and second Forge should be for +1 armor. Meanwhile, Creator going for the proxy gateway. Charge is on the way. It's going to be a 4-gate setup for Creator. Stats getting into his own 4 gates as well. We're getting there. Alas, these gateways are going to take a little bit longer to kick in, and Creator is already pushing forward. Creator has a Stalker. I was going to say has a Stalker lead. Never mind, we're even on Stalkers. We have an even Stalker count. Shield battery's in position. We have an overcharge as well. Stats should be able to hold on. Yeah, he does hold his own. We can reinforce on the front lines. Creator going for 4 more gateways. Getting on the Stalkers. Oh, doesn't quite get them. Oracle's into the main, but we are in position. Yeah, we get 2. We get 3 probe kills. Stats was ready for this. Again, that's why I'm impressed. The Stats he held despite being down in Stalkers. He has 3 Stalkers pinned at his natural one in his main. But Stats is keeping up for now. We're going for the sentries. We got 1. Not quite the other. Charge will start amassing. Very crisp timing here out of Creator. And if you notice, but Creator, he did not take his gases at his 3rd base or at his natural. Staying on a low gas count, going mass charge lots. No immortals, no forge, no upgrades. This is turning into a 3-base all-in. The Creator is very committed, borderline all-in. Meanwhile, Stats with the extra gases is investing into upgrades, into immortals. But here we go, the charge-lots have arrived, and Creator is going for the kill! Gets a shield battery! Takes down the shield battery, is going for the immortal, will blink past. And the immortal is focused down. Charge-lots going ham, they shut down the mineral line, and it looks like Creator, he has too much. He catches the Stats out. I say that reinforcements are on the way. Stats, can we hold? It's gonna be close. With these reinforcements, though, it looks like Creator, he should still have enough. He does blink back, does waste some Stalker shots, though, on the Nexus. Creator has to retreat, but again, he killed a mineral line. He got 15 probes. And we can reinforce, we can keep pushing. Meanwhile, Stats, now with an Immortal, with an Archon. Shield battery is being rebuilt as we speak. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Stats. Remember, Stats has 1-1. These are 0-0 units for Creator. But he's pushing forward nonetheless, going for the Archon. Does target it down, but we're running out of Zealots. Stats, he's holding. Stats, he is barely holding on, and he's outscaling Creator. At the same time, Oracle dips in, but we have side defense. We have cannons in both mineral lines. And again, Creator had to end the game with that first push. He didn't. And now it's looking worse and worse for Creator. It is looking worse here. Shield battery is still up and running. We have a backup Archon on the way. These Zealot reinforcements are not good enough. Not anymore. Oof. Bleeding off 2 Stalkers. And it looks like we're 1 step closer here to the ace match. I mean, Stats, as long as we don't overextend, I mean, we're investing into +2. +2 is on the way. We can just work, we can work towards 2-2. So it's all good. No Immortal, just the Archon. Creator, he's hoping that maybe Stats is too greedy, but the Observer sees everything. Stats, he sees the army. He knows. Stats, he knows not to be too greedy. He shuts down some of these Stalkers. Punishes Creator. 4th base is on the way. I would still love to see like another Gas Geyser and Immortals. As Creator is attempting to overwhelm. Creator does have the army supply lead, but remember, the quality of the army is just better for Stats. Here we go, the Mass Zealot's going to be charging on forward. We are out of range of the overcharge, bear that in mind. So if they can, the Archons, they push forward, getting on top of the Zealots. The Zealots, they melt before the Archons. Yeah, massive Archon shots going up. And Stats, he is still shutting this down. Yeah, the shield battery comes into play. GG gets called. Stats, he shuts down the all-in. And Stats will force the ace match. GG. We're going all the way to Game 5. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. Again, like Creator, that first wave that hit the third base that had to end the game. Then and there that had to end it. And Creator was doing well for himself, but if you remember, Creator, he was wasting DPS on the Nexus. Some of his Stalkers were a little bit too far back, so they weren't helping out. And every shot counts. Every little bit of DPS does count. And with the amount of damage that he dealt to the Nexus, you could argue that could have been a Stalker. That could have been 2 Stalkers even. Like every little bit does help there in that situation. And alas, wasn't able to bring it together. Wasn't able to pull it off in the end, and now we're going all the way to Game 5. Can we pull off the reverse sweep? For those that are curious, for those that are now tuning in, Creator, he had a 2-0 lead. Creator, he was up 2-0. He needed one more, uno más, the entire time, but it's barely been out of reach. I mean, Game 3 was brutal with the proxy Stargate, where Creator got shut down. Here in Game 4, Creator going for the 3-base all-in had potential, but I mean, that's the risk you take when you go all in, right? It's like, we saw that Stats was barely able to defend, to hold on. Wasn't too greedy at all. And Stats was able to, yeah, really show off why he was known as the Shield of Fire, and is looking to reclaim that title as well. Known for his defense. And now it all ends here. It all ends on Crimson Court. Crimson Court coming up next. Here we go. Here we go. It all does come down to this final game. Comes down to one final game here. And we'll see who can make it in. I'm just catching up in the chat. Looks like our players, they need some time. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them whatsoever. Looks like Creator and Stats, they're like, mate, it's the ace match. 1 game left. We need a moment to breathe. It's like, okay. breathe, Pappy, breathe. Do understand. A very tense moment here. As it all comes down to one PvP, one final game here on Crimson Court. Now, when it comes to the map itself, Crimson Court's an interesting one. I mean, you can expand linearly. The third base is quite safe, quite secure on this map. Similar to Amphion in a way. I say that with Blink Stalkers, the walls don't really mean as much, just because you can bypass those walls with Blink Stalkers. I'm talking about the mineral walls protecting the fringe bases. So you can try to abuse that. You can be aggressive. We'll see. We're loading in. Our players are back. And we're getting into the ace match. Game 5. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Can he pull off the reverse sweep? He's so close to pulling it off. It is a Stats. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Blacklist International. He's been so close for so long. Alas, it's barely out of reach. Can he bring it back? It is Creator. Let's go. This is it. The final game of the qualifier. As a reminder, this is still a qualifier for a qualifier. The closed qualifiers are going to be held over the weekend. And we're still not quite there yet. But it is top 3 of Korea. And who are the top 3? Shin for Zerg, Bunny for Terran. And who is it for Protoss? That's the question. Who is the Protoss Korean representative in those closed qualifiers? But now, we see a divergence. 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Stats. Meanwhile, that is a gate expand. Oh my god, we're going right for it. This is the greediest build you can go for. Single gas opener, gateway straight into an expansion before the cyber core, before the second gas, before the tech. Even Max Packs rarely does this. I know that Max Packs, he's known for his quote-unquote gate expands, but Max Packs, he goes gateway, cyber core, Stargate first, then the expansion. And right now, Creator, he's throwing down the gauntlet. He's throwing it down. He's saying, what are you gonna do about it? What are you... Stats does confirm with the Probe Scout, and now the onus is on Stats. Does he go for a one base all-in? Does Stats embrace the one base all-in, or does he try to play from behind and try to get economic damage done instead? Based on the Adept opener, it looks like an expansion. Adepts, they have potential to get probe kills, and we need to get some economic damage done, otherwise Stats will just be strictly behind. So Adepts are on the way. They're moving out. Low probe. Meanwhile, the probe does move towards the left-hand side. There it is! One base all in. We're going for the proxy. We're setting up the pylon. This looks like a proxy robo location. And we're going to be doubling down here with aggression. Stats is moving out. Again, with this kind of opener in a PvP, you're asking for an all-in. 100%. You're saying, come at me. And Stats, he's coming. Show us the robo. There it is. The robo has been thrown down, and a gateway as well. 3 gateways of robo. From here, we can go into a warp prism to dive into the main. We can go for immortal production as well. I'm leaning towards a warp prism. Adepts are shading in. Their shade is denied. So far, so good. Meanwhile, Creator has yet to confirm. Creator has yet to really get a read on what's going on. Here comes the hallucination. And the hallucination will read both pylons. Does get eyes on everything in the main base, but we are lacking production. We're lacking anything. We should be aware. We should be aware of the all-in. If there's no expansion, if there's no extra gateway, if there's no Twilight Council, no Stargate, the money has to be spent somewhere. The money has to be somewhere. Probe Scout is denied. Oh, Creator, he's looking for the expansion. Still trying to confirm, and it looks like he will confirm the proxy. That's a bay. Oh, that I was not expecting that. Okay, proxy disruptors? Interesting. I mean, we could go Colossus, but I'm leaning towards disruptors. That's more common. I was not quite expecting this kind of variation of all-in, but it's coming. At least Creator's aware. You can see Creator responding with a robo of his own. Extra shield batteries. Shield battery in the main, shield battery with the natural. Adepts, they do get in. Again, the power of the prism. Adepts, they bust into the main base. Probes are going down. We get 3 probe kills already. We get 4. Oh, this is becoming too much. This is becoming far too much. 5 probes in the main. Creator taking a lot of economic damage here. Still has a lead. Still has that economic lead. Immortal production has begun, and now we're getting to disruptors. Okay, very high risk, high reward. These disruptors, they can make or break the game for Stats. If they connect, it's over. Like, even a half decent connection at this stage of the game means so much. The first disruptor is about to spawn in. And what are we going for? The economy, the army, the shield batteries. There's 4 shield batteries. Oh my god, that's a lot of shield batteries. Adepts, they don't commit. Here we go, we have 2 Adepts waddling into the main. Nova goes up. Ooh, we get 2 units. A sentry and Adept, and we get damage done on a shield battery. At the same time, we drop into the main base and we're pulling Creator apart. Probes are going down. 3 more probe kills. That's what, 7 in total? 10 in total. My god. 10 probe kills already. And that disruptor, it's sneaking in. Show us the Nova. Nova goes off. What do we go for? Ooh. We connect with the Immortal. Down to half HP. We have another Nova available. And you can see how valuable they are in this kind of game state. But here comes the Prism. We can juggle. We can macro against them. We can macro against them back. Oh, we get a Sentry. Once again, a good pickup. I mean, whatever we can get. It's all value here for Stats. It is all value. Now to 3 disruptors. 3 Novas now available. We're shading in towards the main base. We collapse on the main army. Nova's going off. Wow, massive connections. We take down the first Immortal. We take down the Stalker. Overcharge is popped. But we have to respect it. We do have to respect the overcharge. Stats does retreat. Ooh, we connect nonetheless. 2 more Stalkers. Not enough room in the Prism. And Creator, he's struggling. He's struggling against this. Again, he asked for the all-in, but he wasn't expecting this kind of all-in. Like, Proxy Disruptor, who does that? Who goes for Proxy Disruptor as a response? Nova's going to be going off, zoning away the army. Oh, massive connections. They take down the gateway. The shield battery. Boys are being pulled in a moment of desperation. And this is all that's left. 1 Immortal, 1 Stalker, 1 Sentry, and a Dream. But it looks like Stats, he should have enough. He's losing his Disruptors. Down to 1. 1 Disruptor left. But there's nothing remaining here for Creator. There's no army left. Yeah, we're zoning him away. We have control of the low ground. And Stats, he's done it. He's broken the back of Creator. Immortal's trying to come in from behind. And we're down to only 1 Disruptor, but that's more than enough. I mean, they've done their job. They've done enough damage. And we kill the natural. Creator going across the map. I mean, Stats is 1 base all in. Technically, Creator could lose a base. He could afford it. Could afford to lose the Nexus. But he's down in workers. We break through the front door. We're shading in. We don't quite commit, though. Not yet. Meanwhile, across the map, Immortals wreaking havoc. Killing probes. This is getting close, but Stats still has an overwhelming army. Nova's going off. Yeah, we're going for the shield battery. Shield battery goes down. Boys are being pulled. And we've done it. We've broken the natural. Now we're breaking the main. Across the map, we are getting damage done. Creator microing his heart out, killing probes. But the reality is that this army is just too much to handle. Creator has 2 Immortals. That's all he has left. 2 Immortals in the Warp Prison. And Stats, he retains his probes. He has enough money for another Nexus. And he can just win by elimination. Stats, he can and he will kill every single building. Stats has proxied buildings and he can throw down a Nexus. There's no pressure here for Stats. Pylons are falling. Shield battery, that's all we have left. GG gets called and Stats doesn't. Stats, he will make it. He will qualify for the closed qualifier. GG. GG, well played. Stats, he does it. He pulls off the reverse sweep. He was down 2-0. Creator was so close. He was so close to winning this, even in a 3-0 fashion. Ay. GG, well played. Very impressive play here out of Stats. To be able to bring it all back, to be able to break his opponents time and time again, punishing the aggression, punishing initially the proxy in game 3, punishing the all-in of Creator in game number 4, and here in game 5, Creator went for the greediest build possible. He went for a gate expand. He baited an all-in. Little did he expect Stats to go for a proxy disruptor, and the disruptors, they just had so much value. They picked off unit after unit, shield battery after shield battery. Stats, what did he do? He snowballed out of control. Yeah. Just became too much. And congratulations to Stats. My condolences to Creator. It's very bittersweet here. I would love to see both these players make it into the closed qualifier. They both deserve it, but there's only enough room for one. Only enough room for one. And Creator, he's such an amazing player. Like, he wears his heart on his sleeve. Very emotional player as well. I mean, he definitely deserves to be there. We saw him pop off in GSL. This most recent season of GSL, Creator, he was popping off hard. Had a deep run, made it to the top 4, but alas, will not make it further in the Esports World Cup. So my heart goes out to Creator. Hope he can get some rest, and hope he can recuperate, rest up, and I hope he can bounce back even stronger, even harder in these upcoming online tournaments and even other events on the horizon. You know, there's plenty of there's gonna be more opportunities here for Creator, I'm sure. But GG, well played. Stats will take it. And with that, we're done. With that, we are wrapping up for now. We're going to be going on an extended break. I mean, I say that the stream is going to be going down for a couple of hours. Stream will be going down for almost 3 hours, as in 3 hours we have the European qualifier. We're merely halfway through the day. We're halfway through the day, and in 3 hours the European qualifier is going to be quite similar to this one in the sense of the format. Top three will make it out of the European qualifier. As a reminder, we already have players that have been invited into the main event, and I should show them off here and now. May as well. May as well show them off. One moment. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. You can see the initial Korean qualifier. Bam. There we go. You can see the initial Korean qualifier, and the matches that we had here today. We had Rogue popping off against Ryung. Rogue did bring down Ryung 2-0. Then Shin was able to bring down Rogue 2-1 in a very, very dynamic and very aggressive series. Shin likewise popped off versus Stats. Shin was the first player to qualify. We casted this series earlier, and then we covered Bunny versus Creator. Bunny, he was on fire tonight. He was looking unstoppable, not dropping a single map. Bunny makes it into the close qualifier as well, bringing down Trap and Creator in these TVPs. And we saw the final series, Stats versus Creator. Went all the way to the ace match. Creator won the first 2 games, and then Stats won the remaining 3. The reverse sweep was real. Stats able to keep a cool, calm, and collected head. It's not easy coming back from a 2-0 deficit, but Stats pulled it off. Did pull it off here. And where all these 3 players, Shin, Bunny, and Stats, they make it into the closed qualifier. When it comes to the main event, I'm sure there are people curious about it. The players that will not be having to partake in the qualifiers have already been invited because of their performances throughout the season. We have several making it through from the summer season of EPT, from ESL Masters Summer. We have Clem from ESL Masters Winter. So for those that are curious, I believe this is Yongshipping. So Cyril, he qualified through DreamHack Yongshipping last year. Clem qualified through DreamHack Atlanta last year. Then we had Oliveira make it through from from EPT Spring, DreamHack Dallas. So Oliveira makes it through DreamHack Dallas. From IM Katowice, we had Dark, Cure, and Maru. And from the European standings, we have Hero Marine and Rainer. Max Pax did not accept his slot, as Max Pax does not compete in offline events, so Hero Marine replaces Max Pax instead. So we got Rainer and Hero Marine from Europe, we have Byun and Gumiho from Korea, we have Estrella from the Americas, and Kofi from Asia. And after those European invites and the of course other big DreamHack wins, we have from the global standings, including Korea and Europe. Just from the global EPT standings, we have Classic and Hero as 2 more Protoss from Korea. We have Spirit as our Polish Terran and Solar as our Korean Zerg. So the quality of players here in this event are going to be insane. You have the best of the best. We've got Cyril, you got Dark, Rainer, and Solar for Zerg. You've got Cure, Maru, Oliveira, you got a lot of Terran. Clem, you got Hero Marine, Byun, Gumiho, Coffee, Spirit. A lot of Terran. The majority Terran here as well. And from Protoss, you have Estrella, Classic, and Hero. So plenty of Protoss representation. Are we missing any big names? I feel like the biggest names coming in from the European regionals are going to be the Protoss players. I'm referring to Showtime and Skilless. I feel like Showtime and Skilless are going to be the big ones to beat. As a reminder, Clem, Hero Marine, and Spirit are already invited. They already made it into the main event. So the top 3 European Terrans are already in, which means the European Protosses are going to be stepping up. Likewise, European Zerg players are already in as well. You have Cyril and Rainer. Yes, I do think that a Laser and Lambo can definitely threaten. They can threaten Showtime and Skilless. And I feel like that's really what it's going to come down to, right? It's going to be coming down to Showtime, Skilless, Lambo, and a Laser as top 4. And then you've got players as well that can threaten them, you know, like your Harstams, your Waynes, your Cristiano, your Geralt. They're definitely players that can contest against the upper echelons of the European region and the European scene. So in 3 hours' time, that's what we're going to be. That is where we are going to be. You can see here the European qualifier. The check-ins are still open, the sign-ups are still open for the European qualifier. So again, that's going to be in 3 hours time. And just like the Korean one, 3 players. 3 players will make it into the closed qualifier. So wish them all the best. Do wish them all the best. I hope we're all okay. Hold on. No. I hope Creator's okay. I mentioned before that he's really emotional, and Creator, he's taking it a little bit hard. I'm not gonna show it, but Creator, he's taking it really hard, losing here against Stats. Yeah. My heart goes out to Creator. He's having a hard time. My heart goes out. Much love, Creator. Much love. Yeah, and I hope he's okay. Take care. Again, I'm looking forward to seeing more of Creator. In the upcoming tournaments. Looking forward to it. For now, we're gonna be heading off. We're gonna be heading off for the day. And again, send Creator some love on social. If you're a fan of Creator, send him some love on social media. You know, it can be really easy to focus on like negative things. And again, like this is the biggest tournament for all these players. And Creator, he just joined a new team. He just joined Blacklist International, and I'm sure he wanted to do well for his team as well. I'm sure his team were expecting him to do well. So yeah, my heart does go out to him. But for now, we're going to be heading off. We're going to be heading off for the time being, and we'll be back in 3 hours time with the European qualifier. We'll see you guys then. Until then, get some food, get some water, get some rest. I'm going to make some coffee. It's going to be a long night. It's already almost midnight here in Australia. It's almost midnight, so gonna be resting up, and we'll be back soon in a couple of hours. Until then, thanks for watching. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. I'm not sure who's live right now, but we'll be back in a couple of hours. So give them some love, give them some support. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.